Wow. Wow. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good evening. We're back to the Ace Attorney after over a month, and I have mostly forgotten, like, a large majority of it. And now that I'm talking about it, the memories are starting to come back about what happened. Let's see. Let's see if I can recall. Case 1, Ryunosuke was forced to defend himself. I think that was his name. Case 2, the best friend is killed by literally an accident. And unfortunate events. And I forgot the name of the best friend at the moment. Right now I only remember Ryunosuke's name. I don't remember the girl's name, who's the partner, and I don't remember the best friend's name. Case 3, we were defending Mr. McGilded, and we successfully defended him, and then he got killed. Kazuma, thank you. Thank you, Mom. And then at the end of Case 3, Mr. McGilded was killed inside of a fire. Definitely murdered, but I don't know by whom. I have an idea as to whom it might have been. But they pretty much said, you're not going for that case, you have a different case today. And I don't even know what what's happening in the next case. In this case, Case 4. Fuck if I know, man. It's been a little bit too long, so my brain is like, what happened? Where am I going? By the way, I got a new controller. Before I got fucking sick. Horribly, horribly sick. So now I have much more precision when moving this thing, or this cursor around. Which is fantastic, because now I'm not going to make the mistake of, like, off-clicking something or it's going to, like, drift. Now I have all the drift power. In all seriousness, no, what happened? What happened in case 4? What am I doing? Let's start with the court record. Tobias Gregson, the detective inspector in charge of Scotland Yard's investigation of the case. He's stern and single-minded in his approach and a great lover of fish and chips. This is the guy who gave us information, and I don't remember what information we got. Susato! That's her name! Okay, well, since I have no bloody idea where I'm supposed to go, I'm just gonna start with the scene of can we go to prison or the Briarwood? Scene of the crime. These prison cells are where suspects are held whilst they await trial. Visiting is permitted at certain times. Why don't we go see this client who, if I'm not remembering correctly, was not local prison. Cell 9. He wasn't having anyone defend him or something? Or that was Mr. McGilded? So these are the British prison cells. Yeah, and they suck. Oh, they're ghastly. It feels like a dungeon. Yes, and having experienced it in Japan myself, I can assure you that our wooden cells feel a lot cozier than these cold stone walls. Oh, don't, Mr. Naruhodo. You're making it seem worse. Apparently, our client is in this cell here, but it's so dark at the back there I can't make him out. I wonder what he's like. Inmate 53, your legal representative is here to see you. Stop idling at the back of the cell and show your face at once. Am I? Am I a cat, as yet with no name? Call me by a number. It's utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable. I refuse to answer. Yeah. Mr. Naruhodo, what? What do you think is going on here? A guy who's very egotistical, I think. I have no idea, but I wasn't just hearing things, was I? That tirade of complaints was in Japanese, huh? Who's this? Because I don't remember. And I don't even know if we've ever met the guy. Excuse me, but who? Shh! Quiet! What's the matter, man? They're all around, hiding. I know they are. They're watching, listening. Even now, I can sense it. Right. So, could I ask you, There you are! You've come to curse me, haven't you? Don't try to hide it. You're a ghost. A ghost? This man is crazy. You know what this man needs? Fucking slap. Slap to the goddamn forehead. What is with this guy, man? What is it with this guy? We mean you no harm, prisoner son. Are you Japanese by any chance? This is beyond my wildest dreams! Forgive me for that outburst before. I'm so sorry. Oh, it's fine. We're just a little surprised, that's all. Imagine it! It's been 12 long months since I left my hometown, and here I am, in a frightful fix in a foreign land. So hearing the sweet, sentimental tones of a compatriot voice here, in this damn dark hellhole was a most monumentally moving moment! Oh my god, this guy's got so much energy. He's either got anger energy, hype energy. Or sad energy. And he's thank God I have some ginger ale here. Who could have guessed that this new client Lord Strongheart assigned us would turn out to be a fellow Japanese? Ah, what compassion my fellow countrymen show to dispatch a first-class lawyer all the way from Japan to defend a mere foreign student. Noble, nurturing, never-failing Nippon. He's a Power Ranger. That's what it is. He's got the poses of Power Rangers. He's got some of the JoJo poses going on. He's got some, the Ginyu Force, that's what it was thinking of. Ginyu Force poses going on. A first-class lawyer? Oh dear, I think there's been something of a misunderstanding here. I wonder, would you be so kind as to tell us what's happened? JoJo poses, exactly. I love it though. But he's got way too much energy for my poor throat. Why you've been detained as a suspect, for example. Yes, I can. I will. Shot stay sullen and silent. Look at that butt. Can I? What was the button to hide the screen? That's the auto button. That's not the button I wanted to press. I swear there was a button to hide the... Wait, can I actually present something at this point? No. Anyway, JoJo man. I'm not quite sure I understand what he means, but he seems happy. Yes, he does. I just hope he actually has a good reason to be... Thank you for your cooperation. I am a lawyer, as you said. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. You failed to defend the judge after the sentence. Court session failed. Defend the judge? Screw the judge. He's never on my side. And I am Naruhodo-san's judicial assistant, Suzaru Mikotoba. I am a visiting student sent here by our government. Notably, notoriously named Natsumi, Soseki Natsumi. I'm memeing. Man, I forget the judge. Recently a judge got jumped. Wow, what happened? Oh, wait, are we talking about... That just popped up on YouTube Shorts recently. The Las Vegas one? Is that where that happened? Because I don't remember where it happened. I can present the badge. Yes! Yes! The symbol of one of our great empire's first-rate lawyers! Which means, of course, you stand by my side. You defend me. Oh, no, sorry. That wasn't why we're showing it to you. The man cleared the whole judge booth. Bro, I've been coughing for 6 hours. Yep, I feel that. And I'm worried that this game is going to ruin my my throat again. Which is why I'm going to go ahead and preemptively grab a cough drop. You know, I half expected Zoe to pop out of nowhere to grab these cough drop wrappers off me. But as long as she's not here and not grabbing these cough drop wrappers... Never mind, she did pop up. I don't know where she was. So much slime in my lungs. Hey, get some tea. I'm sorry, not tea. Actually, FCT, quick question. Do you have a sore throat? No? Okay. Because if you did have a sore throat, I was going to suggest getting vinegar and honey together. It's not going to taste good, but you want to drink that to help with the sore throat. I don't know if it'll help much with the cough. At least I felt... maybe it might help a little bit with the cough, but if, like I said, if you had a sore throat, you definitely want vinegar and honey. Disgusting as hell, but the point is to try and make the taste a little bit more bearable with the honey. Plus, honey is just good for you. Hi, Zoe. How you doing on, Zoe. I gotta clean your eyes, Zoe. You stand here for a second. There you go. Alright, Soseki. Then... then why else would you show me that? Oops. In hindsight, that probably wasn't the best idea. Well, at least... it's not the same humor as showing off the badge from the other Ace Attorney games, but I love it. Is he from JoJo? He looks like it. My god, the amount of expressions this man has. You may as well think he was from JoJo. Soseki Natsumi. Soseki Natsumi-san. What an unusual name. Call me Soseki, please. I'm a poet, you see. A writer of haiku. It's something of a nom de plume. A nom de plume? You mean an alias? That's right, Naruhodo-san. No, no, no! Don't be so prosaic! It's much more refined than that! And haiku? That really reminds me of home. I was done with my intro for part 4, it just needs text. Man, you're still working on that even while sick? Man, you seem like the kind of person who would keep working even if they're dead. You'd be working as a ghost. Dude, you should be resting. But I understand if you can't, but you should be resting. Did I hear you say that you were a visiting student, sent over here by the government? I'll sleep when I'm 6 feet under. No! You must live, FCT. Actually, I have never asked this question before, but what does FCT mean for you? Why FCT? Yes, that's right. A year ago, I was told to go and study English. First, I had to suffer that misery, and now this! It's beyond the pale! Suffer that misery? Did you not want to study here? No! I mean, I've had an interest in Great Britain for some years, of course. Oh. But! Just because the government tells you to do something, does it mean you can do it? No! What do you mean? If they told me to study English literature, that I could have understood. That's my field. But no, they told me to study the English language. Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable. This guy is literally JoJo. This guy is literally a character straight from JoJo. Oh my god. It's very stupid. Oh, I'm willing to hear it though. Because, I mean, my story is like, it was meant to be something else. Was it meant to be fact? But I spelled FCT. Now, it sounds like it's meant to be fact. As a matter of fact. Fallacy. Yeah, my story for the name I have is very simple. It used to be Falcon 2330, like over 20 years ago, when I played Return to Castle Wolfenstein. It's supposed to be Farina. But no. You can't be Farina, man. I mean, you could be. Cosplay. Only the other day, I was told to send a report about my first year here. I tendered a blank piece of paper. Wise words on whitewashy! What does that mean? I am not FCT, I would love to see you cosplaying as Farina. Do it. Actually, you know what? I kind of wonder if I could cosplay as Louise. How long would that take to get a... Can I even get a wig like that? Can I even get an outfit like she's wearing? He emotes every 2 seconds. He's got a lot of energy. He's gonna kill my voice, dude. On the bright side, you can at least watch Zoe grooming her feet. I was like that. People would think I get paid I would get paid good on my job. Oh, there's a new game the streamers are playing. Is it not Power World? You must be a man of great standing. Oh, yes. So I'm often told. And often like to be told, it seems. Yeah, Lethal Company. Great Ganme. I mean, I don't doubt it. If I was more full-time streamer, though, I feel like I'd pick days where I played Lethal Company, Backshot Roulette, Backshot Roulette. Is that the one where you're fighting a demon with a shotgun and you guys are playing literally Russian roulette? The accusation against you. Could you perhaps tell us exactly why you've been arrested, Soseki-san? I didn't do it! I didn't commit that atrocious murder! Murder! Oh, no, it's alright. The woman didn't actually die, did she? But she was stabbed with a knife right before my eyes. Before your eyes? You mean you saw the attacker? I didn't see anyone. What? If I'd seen the person who did it, do you think I'd be locked up in here? Dear, seems this case is becoming rather complicated. Why me? Why me? Why did that silly woman have to be stabbed in front of me? Oh my god. That's the most asinine response I've ever seen. Me! Someone got stabbed in front of me! Of all the shitty things for them to have happen to them. Why did they get stabbed in front of me? I don't... Oh my god. There's no way this man could have stabbed a single... He couldn't stab a fly. He's so... He cares more about his ego than anything else. And... You know what he strikes me as? The rich person who's not in touch, or not in tune, with someone who's a little bit less well off. That's what I get from this guy. It's the same thing of like, just stop being poor. Or something. Why'd you get stabbed in front of me? Just don't get stabbed. That's what I get from him. Why did you get stabbed? Don't get stabbed. That's all you have to do. Just get away from being. Just get away from the knife. Don't be stabbed by the knife, especially in front of me. I'm drinking tea and the coughing is less, and I am gonna keep on drinking tea. You should keep drinking tea. Make sure it's also warm. Make sure you have honey in it as well. Chamomile tea is pretty good for that. It's the curse of London. It's incredibly, inexcusably, irritatingly inconvenient. The fact I'm able to keep up with those words right now is incredible. So, Suseki-san was there at the scene, but he didn't see the attacker. It's vital that we find out more about the case. It was an accursed evening, just after the snow had started to clear and heavy with fog. I'd been in the bookshop to buy some books, and I was on my way back to my cursed lodging. He doesn't even like the place he's, like, staying at. Sure the bookshop wasn't a curse, too? As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. He doesn't even like the pavement, man. A woman, wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. What the hell? How terrible! I called out to the woman, but she didn't move. It was like a ghostly, ghoulish, grim graveyard. Man. Slight exaggeration there, perhaps. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran, as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings. That's not good. They'll say it was shameful, I know, to run away like that. Tell me, Suseki-san, was the victim an acquaintance of yours? Don't be ridiculous! Do you think I know any of these fair-haired English, and a young woman at that? I'm diffident, shy, timid, unsure. I can't talk to people. Oh my fucking god. This guy is a hot mess. This guy is a mess in every sense of the word. I see. A young woman unknown to Soseki-san. And that at the time it happened, who else did you see nearby? Did anyone pass you? Regrettably, apart from myself and the woman, I didn't see a soul. No one? Oh, great. So the victim was unknown to you, and there was nobody else on the street at the time. That creates something of a conundrum, doesn't it? What conundrum? I mean, it kind of makes him... It paints him in the light that he was a stabber. Stabby stab. What do you mean, Susato-san? What's the conundrum? Well, if what Suseki-san has told us is true, there's something I can't explain. He says that he didn't know the victim and that there was no one else at the scene. Then he apparently fled without having been seen. I did! But if that's the case, surely this man has to be the culprit. Ah! You! What did you just say? Nothing! I didn't say anything! Oops, perhaps I thought that a little loudly. Actually, that's not what was troubling me. What I was thinking was, how did Soseki-san actually come to be arrested? Sorry? He didn't touch the victim and there is nobody at the scene to see him. So how did the police ever discover that he was there in the first place? Oh yes, she's right. Do cameras exist yet? It was him. That accursed great detective. He led the police to me. Of all the bad luck. A cursed great detective? Could it be? I shall never forget that man's name as long as I live. With his haughty laugh and his self-proclaimed greatness. Brash, big-headed, busybody, begone! May you be cursed until the end of your days, Herlock Sholmes! Oh my god. I knew it! Mr. Sholmes! Oh boy. Herlock Sholmes! Welcome back to the fucking case. Well, I didn't expect to hear that name from this man's lips, that's for sure. It was the morning after that nightmare had unfolded on the pavement before me. I was gnawing on a sliver of hard cheese when some men suddenly burst in through the door. They started shouting at me. This is the police, put the weapon down. Yes, it was a thin sliver, and yes, it was hard, but I wasn't eating a weapon. Disgusting dietary discrimination devils. Wow. How did they think of this shit, dude? You clearly had a trying morning yesterday. And there he was, in the middle of all the policemen, greeting like a Cheshire cat. That Herlock Sholmes. It's actually just Herlock Sholmes. He's English. I've since found out that he's a famous name in detection here in London. Yes, the great detective is really well known. And his overly sharp mind managed to deduce my whereabouts, apparently. He thinks I'm the knife-wielding bad man. Me? This weak, stupid kitten of a man? This man is not giving Japan a good image. Which came out first, JoJo or this? Because if this came out first, there's the inspiration for JoJo. If JoJo came out first, this man is an inspiration from JoJo. I wonder what great deduction process led him to his conclusion this time. Bro. Do you mean to say that Mr. Sholmes' deduction was the only reason the police arrested you? That would be really most unreasonable. Well, the thing is, I was I was thrown into a panic when they barged their way in. Of course you were. That's only natural. I was terrified and trembling, and they kept throwing question after question at me in impossible English. Fiendish, foreign, flimmery. Flimflammery. Do you really think this came up before JoJo? Absolutely not. But it's interesting to think about that. Well, we are in England. You can't really blame them for questioning you in English. 1986. Holy crap, that anime is old. Damn, that's old. JoJo's 4 years older than me. Good point, but my mind went blank. I knew I had to answer, but I didn't know what to say. So I just kept repeating things like, yes, I do, and I'm fine. Next thing I knew, I was in manacles, and before I knew it, I was thrown in here. Oh dear. I'm afraid that's hardly surprising. I'm fine? He's not fine now. The manga, not the anime. The anime came in 2012. Same difference. Manga is older than me. And the entire JoJo thing is older than me. Meanwhile, JoJo is only 16 and 185 centimeters tall. Or 181, I don't remember what it was. Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Oh, you could just call me Naruhodo. And when you're speaking English, a simple Mr. is more than enough. Oh, yes, alright, yes. They've really got me. This country is poisoning my mind. But please, I beg you to defend me in court tomorrow. You can't tell them what really happened. You'll do it, won't you? Well, Why? Why? Why is it so hard to say yes to me? Well, the thing is, I'm just a student like yourself on a study tour. A student? I have defended a case in the Old Bailey, only the one though. But at this moment in time, I really don't know what I'm supposed to believe in. I'm confused about what justice in this country even means. Oh, Naruhodo-san. I'm not even the foreign student who was supposed to be here. I'm a sort of locum lawyer, I suppose. But that armband! It's the mark of a defense lawyer from our great empire! It's a keepsake from the man who should have been here. He was my best friend. A keepsake? I know exactly what they're saying about me. Oh, who do you mean? The lawyers, all the British defense lawyers, they won't defend me. Goodness, why? Why do you say that? For the same reason as you noted before. When it happened, there was only the victim and myself around, and I ran away from the scene of the crime. I'm not a fool. I know it looks as though I must be the culprit. It must be very hard for you, Soseki-san. And anyway, I'm a student from overseas. I'm just a foreign nobody to them, not someone not to be trusted. I heard them openly laughing about me before, in my earshot without any compunction at all. Any trial for this man would be a waste of time, they said, and of course the foreigner did it. They even had the gall to say the man doesn't understand half of what's being said anyway. That's awful. They're wrong! I've studied more English than half of the policemen out there on the streets! I've traveled halfway around the world to learn these people's country and its great history. But no one here wants to listen to a man with a strange accent. They all hate me. So, at the very least, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who can listen to me in my native tongue. You could do it, couldn't you? When I look into your eyes, I can see it. I can see what you've been through. Soseki-san, it's just that... Give me a little time, please. I'll do what I can for the time being. What do you mean? We shall investigate the case as thoroughly as possible. If we can find some clues, it will give us a much better chance, I'm sure. Oh, yes, thank you. I'll be here, all alone, waiting for you, locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. We should be going then, Naruhodo-san. We have a case to prepare for. This guy's got too much energy. I hope he doesn't talk more. He's gonna murder me. He's gonna murder my poor boys. This cough drop's not doing anything. February 19th, Briar Road. The Daily News. Kennerson Brewery. William Robbins Fractal. What does that say? I don't even know what it says. So this is what happened. Briar Road. Ah, look, Mr. Naruhodo. Look at that regulation metal helmet. It's unmistakable. The men of Scotland Yard are here. They're investigating as we speak. That is their job, you know. But Mr. Naruhodo, to see one with my own eyes. They're often depicted in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, but I never dreamt I'd ever come this close. To a real Bobby's helmet. What? The helmet? Of course. I have to try one on one day. Well, I hope your Hattie dream comes true. I want to see her with the helmet on. Oh, right, it's this motherfucker. I remember this guy. He's a dick. What's the Japanese delegation doing here? Oh, Inspector Gregson. This isn't on the tourist trial, as I'm fairly sure you're well aware. Yes, of course, we're here to investigate. So you've been to the holding cells then? What'd you make of the criminal? He's not a criminal, as you put it, Inspector. He's a suspect. We'll see about that. You Japanese like to stick together, I suppose. Well, do what you will. Doesn't bother me. The bloke's in court tomorrow, whatever happens, and the verdict's a foregone conclusion. Ugh, stone-cold air of rejection. Take heart. London at this time of year is full of stone-cold air. That makes it worse somehow. I feel like this guy's more like a gumshoe who won't even tell us anything, but... let's try anyway. Tell me about Scotland Yard, Inspector. Ever since I read about it in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, I've been fascinated by the place. The Yard is the most sophisticated policing organization you'll find anywhere in the world, ma'am. Oh, and you know I've always dreamt of wearing a real Bobby's helmet. It does make them look the part, seeing that policeman there with the helmet on. You certainly get the sense that this is a man who will take no nonsense in his duty of protecting the city. That's very true of the Queen's Guards as well. They're so fucking serious. You ever try... They also have the authority to shoot you if you fuck with them. Like, they will not take shit from you. Have you ever heard of a situation where they actually have shot somebody? But they definitely threaten you with the gun. Absolutely. Oh yes, doesn't he look wonderful? Being a London Bobby is hard going, I can tell you. Oh really? First thing in the morning, you know what he does? Goes round and rouses all the laborers on his beat so they can get off to work. What? He wakes people up? Yep. Raps on their windows with a long pole. Did it myself going back a bit. I had no idea. The Bobby works for the people of the town. It's just another one of his duties. After that, he starts tirelessly patrolling the streets all day long. He has to cover 20 miles a day. That's the regulation, Dennis. Fuck. 20... Jesus. I can't really imagine how far that is, but it sounds like a long way. Let me see. 20 miles. That's approximately the distance from Tokyo to Yokohama. On foot? That's definitely taking things a step too far. And when it gets dark, of course, he has the important job of lighting all the gas street lamps. Fuck me, dude. Oh my. And I suppose in between all of those duties, Bobbies are expected to investigate cases as well. And chase after criminals trying to evade the law. I'm not sure you could call it in between exactly. More alongside, but yes. They're expected to handle these jobs as well. We do have men keeling over from time to time, I admit. Shit. Have you guys heard of the stories of the Queen's Guards during, like, the summer months? Where they're standing out in the summer heat? There are situations, many situations, where the Queen's Guards actually pass out on the job. They faint. They literally faint from either heat stroke or dehydration. It's pretty fucking bad. Just to think that these guards are probably on the same level as the Queen's Guards in terms of how busy and how, like, focused they gotta be in the job. I don't know how people can put up with that. I barely want to stand for 2 hours, let alone longer than 8. This is why I can't do retail jobs as well. I would collapse. There was one retail job I remember doing on a fucking Black Friday. My first time ever working on a Black Friday. I fainted after 7 hours. I think I woke up 20 minutes later in the break room because they didn't want to call an ambulance for that. Should have. But yeah, that day was like, never again am I gonna ever work retail. And that was only one time. I used to drink water only every 6 hours. My dude. Unless you're doing a sitting job, that's understandable. But 6 hours is very long. I mean, I'm over here trucking a ginger ale right now. I've got water next to me. I have tea. I had some apple cider from earlier. No job, only laziness. Okay, well, that's fine, but you should always have some water. Why I like to try to remember to remind people to drink water every hour. For me, because I'm talking a whole lot because of freaking Ace Attorney, I gotta chug that water. Or drink. I'd always dreamt of wearing one of those helmets, as I said. But it's with a heavy heart that I shall have to relinquish that dream to you, Mr. Why are you relinquishing it to me? Yeah, talking you kind of had to pick something. Yeah. Well, whatever. It happens. Just make sure you drink water. Your heavy heart will be my heavy head if you do. It happened around 5 in the evening 2 days ago, just there on that open bit of pavement. The victim, a young woman, was stabbed with a blade from behind. Is it right that the lady is still unconscious now? You mentioned that she's being treated in the hospital. I never said she was a lady. Truth is, unless she comes around pretty smartish, we won't be able to find out much about her at all. I suppose that means I haven't been able to take a statement from her, of course. Here's a map of the local area I happen to have on me. You can take it if you want. Really? Are you sure? It's yard policy to give lawyers defending suspects the odd bit of information to go on. I haven't actually accepted the job yet, but still. Thank you, Inspector. We gratefully accept. Local map has been entered into the court record. A street map of the local area showing where the victim was found. Anyway, as far as we know, there is no one else on the scene other than the victim and your fellow countryman. So who did it, do you think? Not much of a head-scratcher, is it? I mean, it really does look fucking obvious that he did it. Alright, by the way, you missed the dude we just talked to, maybe. Maybe you were there. He is crazy. He's literally JoJo personified. and an Ace Attorney. Well, I know Mr. Natsumi was also claiming not to have seen anyone else around, but just because he didn't see anyone, it doesn't mean we can be sure that nobody else was present. I'm sorry to have to tell you, but we most certainly can be sure. How? Because, ma'am, the precise moment of the stabbing didn't go unnoticed. What? We have 2 very reliable witnesses, no less. Because there is always a witness. Ah! It was a typical foggy London day, and your client obviously didn't see them. There were witnesses now? Of course there was. Who are these witnesses, Inspector? A fellow and his wife, and the man's one of the most reliable and respected citizens in all of London. Well, it's not Mr. McGilded. He's a copper from Scotland Yard. Oh, well that makes it more... Okay, fair enough. Ah, a policeman? That might change things. And this policeman just happened to be there at the exact moment the woman was attacked? Nothing peculiar about that, ma'am. Part and parcel of being a bobby. Catching them banging in the act and all. Do you think it might be possible for us to ask that policeman a few questions? Be my guest. You can ask him what you like. In court tomorrow. Oh. I've no doubt he'll be summoned as a witness. So that'll give you something to look forward to. That's that, then. He's got no intention of letting us meet the man beforehand, it seems. Policeman witnessed the incident. As your judicial assistant, I must warn you that this could make our job very difficult indeed. You didn't have to remind me twice. Ah, my back! Oh, I slept wrong last night. No, I'm sorry, I slept wrong 2 nights ago. So my entire right shoulder blade, as well as my neck, are in so much pain. You know what? I should have done this earlier. I've got ibuprofen I can pop. I'm gonna pop like 3 of these. How many milligrams are these? 200? Yeah, I'll take 3. Man, I've been trying to stretch that, like, entire right side, but... Oh. No, it's like the damn entire nerve muscle is just like... You fucked up last night sleeping, or the other night sleeping. Guess what? You're in pain forever. Yes, as a non-judicial assistant, I could have warned me of that too. Oh yes, one more thing, Inspector. What? The person who led you to the suspect. I hear that was Mr. Herlock Sholmes. What are you bringing him up for? Was it something I said? The color is drained from his cheeks. He really doesn't like Mr. Sholmes. Who did you hear that name from? Oh, well, it was Mr. Natsumi who mentioned it. He said that Mr. Sholmes was police when they entered his lodgings. I'm sure it was a result of Mr. Sholmes' inspirational great deductions. Fiddle faddle! Ah! The man's an amateur, and I'm getting sick and tired of him showing his mug everywhere. Oh. I don't know where he gets his information from, but he turns up at the scene of the crime, wanders around spouting incomprehensible rubbish, and before you know it, he claims to have solved the case. Yes, he's quite astounding, isn't he? He is a great help to Scotland Yard, though, isn't he? Gibble gabble! Ah! Ever seen this before? Oh, yes, that's Rant's Magazine. The wonderful publication in which the adventures of Herlock Sholmes appears. Yes, well, that wonderful publication, as you put it, sees fit to include several of the Yard's detectives in its stories. And the so-called great detective makes a mockery of all of us. If you ask anyone at the Yard, it's a misadventure to be included in any Herlock Sholmes tale at all. Well, I suppose there is an element of that. We work our socks off, every one of us, only to be thumped by the public thanks to that obnoxious detective. The man's as dangerous to us as Scotland Yard as he is to all our criminals. The lack of respect, though. That can't really be true, can it, Inspector? Clearly, the great detective and the police have a complex relationship. Tomorrow's trial, though. That twitchy Japanese bloke goes on trial tomorrow. Are you going to defend him or not? Well, makes no difference to me, but I will just say this. No London lawyer worth his salt would touch that case with a barge pole. Because the prosecution's being handled by the Reaper of the Bailey, you mean? There's no way to save the man now. It's a waste of time trying. I beat him, though. It is all a bit strange, though. Sorry? The Reaper. He hasn't appeared in court once for a good few years now. Yes, we did hear something to that effect. And the only people he usually bothers with are the real scum, the master criminals, the violent ones. But master criminals? The violent ones? That's right, he handpicked his victims, only deals with those guaranteed to go to the gallows for their sins. But Mr. Natsumi wouldn't hang for what he's accused of, surely. That's just my point, Sunshine. Yes, the young woman was stabbed, but it didn't kill her. Couldn't even say the intent was there. So this isn't the sort of case I'd be expecting the Reaper to want to sink his teeth into. For want of a better phrase. I'm back, got some food. Nice. What you got? Well, it's not exactly a minor infraction, is it? No, there's gotta be more to it. Some reason he's taken an interest. Really? What sort of reason, Inspector? You think I could tell what's going on inside the head of that Lord of Darkness? You'll have to ask him yourself at tomorrow's trial. You're really gonna have to face the Reaper again. The Lord of Darkness, as he puts it. Probably you never heard about it, but I got... No, I've never heard of that. Well, I don't think we're gonna get any more useful information out of the detective. Mr. Naruhodo, can I make a suggestion? Oh, yes, what is it? Well, it seems to me that we must speak with him about this. Hmm? By him, do you mean Mr. Sholmes? Yes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, exactly. With those shining eyes, you can't wait, can you? Well, Mr. Natsumi did blame Mr. Sholmes for all this, didn't he? Yes, he did. He really did. Which makes him an involved party in the case. Are you just going to ignore that? I hope not. I assure you, it's not simply my selfish desire to meet Mr. Sholmes again. The trouble is, we have no idea of the man's address even, so it's Baker Street. How do you know that? It's in the stories, of course. 221B Baker Street, the most famous address in the world. Oh, I see. Well, there's nothing to stop us from going, I suppose. We better try to find our way there before Fuzato-san gets any more excited and unpredictable. Can't even talk the name. This will go on a list of words that gringos have a hard time saying. I'm Hispanic, though. I just don't know what that word is. Hurrah! I'll summon a carriage. So we have a reunion already with the great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Hey, do you want an armband? Inspector Gredston, could I show you this? Am I supposed to know what that is? I've never seen that insignia before. It's worn by defense lawyers in the Empire of Japan as a symbol of their profession. In other words, it's a worthless trinket here in Great Britain. Oh no, it's very important to me. It shows my spirit. And the English gentleman keeps things like that, like his spirit, very much to himself. I'll have you know. Oh. Don't give up, Mr. Naruhodo. It's too late. He's crushed my spirit already. I want to look at this. Mersham Street, Briar Road, that's where the victim was stabbed. Calabash Road, and then a whole bunch of buildings. But we don't have any idea what I'm supposed to look at here. So we just have a map. Hey, can you tell me anything about this? Thank you again for this. Don't mention it. Had someone at the yard fish it out for me, but in the end I didn't need it. Oh? Well, the case could hardly be simpler, could it? I need a map to work out what happened. You could throw it away when you're done with it. Ugh, cold. I guess that's all I get then. Can we look around here, by the way? Or no? It's basically flakes of corn. It becomes smooth like a cake. So like a Danish? It's a salty. Ew. I don't want a salty food. I want something sweet, like pastry, or a Danish, or a cake. Oh, cookies. This patch of pavement must be where the incident occurred. Yes, it's a very wide open space, isn't it? That's true. I can't see anywhere an attacker could have been hiding. Oi, what are you foreigners doing here? Ah! Oh, we just investigated the scene, officer. Conspiring with that mustache fellow from Japan, are ya? Conspiring? Come here to destroy evidence, have ya? Get out of here before I give you an Iden. Go on. An Iden? Iden? He shoot us away like rats. Yes, we should give him a wide berth, I think. What a disappointing experience. Bobby is angry. Yeah, no kidding. Straight up, like, Englishman. Everybody even on here, Brazil, find it weird first time they hear about it. Want a hot dog instead, Zara? put it in the on the stove. Cook it on the stove instead of the microwave. I don't want a hot dog now. That's one of the officers from Scotland Yard. The police are making sure the crime scene is undisturbed. I have a feeling that if we wander too close, we'll be clapped in irons. I think perhaps you're being a little overcautious. We've done nothing wrong, so we have no cause for concern. Oh no, I'm not getting caught out again. Twice is enough. Twice I found myself in handcuffs despite not knowing a thing about what was going on. Yes, you've had some dreadful experiences. I'm sure it's that wide-eyed look of panic you're so prone to. It does you no favors at all. I accept. Hot dogs are good. Yes. The carriage, though. Oh! That's the Scotland Yard carriage! They use vehicles like that to rush to crime scenes and cart away criminals. You're very well informed, aren't you? It's long been a dream of mine to ride one of those through the streets of London. Probably not as a criminal, though. Well, just pick up a stone and throw it through one of the windows then. But that would mean being arrested in order to ride it. Wouldn't it? Still, if it's the only way, I hope you find a good stone. Oh my god, girl. No, I wasn't serious. What's a snow? Why do I have the... Why the snowman? That thing, hot dogs, they're kind of too simple for us Brazilians. Why too simple? There's so many things you can put on a hot dog that make it so much better. The ketchup, mustard, relish. You know, stuff. Hee, what a delightful snowman. I didn't realize the English had a tradition of making snowman as well. It looks a little creepy, though. Oh, it has a scarf, look! You'd need one if you were out in this freezing cold all the time. I wish I had one. I'm afraid our budget is somewhat frozen at the moment, too. We certainly can't afford a scarf. Surely the snowman here wouldn't miss his. But the person who made the snowman certainly would. Yes, I know, you're right. Anyway, even if I borrowed it, it wouldn't do much to warm my neck, would it? It's covered in snow. Wait, I can... There's more? Oh. There are piles of snow on the pavement here and there, but the road itself is covered in carriage tracks. It seems carriages often travel down Briar Road. It soon disperses all the snow. I slipped over there when I was walking down the pavement earlier. It seems like it would be far safer to walk on the road instead. Oh, but you're rather small, Mr. Naruhodo, and dressed all in black. I worry coachman might not see you, and you could be fined by horses. Well, thank you for the rather small concern. Oof. Oh, look at the windows of that building here. Are you sure they're windows? They're bricked up, I just realized. Yes, but they're all filled in with bricks. Oh, you're right. I wonder why. Perhaps it's an empty property where nobody lives in at the moment? There's smoke coming from the chimneys, though. Oh dear, everything still feels very foreign. There's so much we have to learn about this place. Is that the earliest version of blinds or something? Stop the cold from getting in? Also, there's two broken windows on that door. It's a rather typical old brick building, isn't it? I'm sure it has a long and interesting history. Look at this girl when you can. You will see what Brazilian hot dog is. That's a simple hot dog? My dude, that is not simple. Your hot dogs are like... That's not simple. That is far from simple. Well, time certainly seems to have taken its toll on the place. It's crooked and sagging all over. In fact, it looks in decidedly worse shape than the other houses around here. We must find some cheap lodgings ourselves as soon as possible. Yes, you're right, cheap, but ideally with reasonably level floors. You didn't even look at the bike. I cannot believe you did not notice that Chapter 2 of Poltic is out. Really? It's actually out? Yeah, I didn't notice that. How many, wait, the entire Chapter 2? Or... You bastard. We put some minced meat and a bunch of veggies. But the hot dogs are already meat. Why do you need to add more meat? The veggies I understand, but meat? More meat? Oh, a British bicycle, look! Although the wheel is still mishappen, I'm sure it couldn't possibly be ridden anymore. Someone must have been doing some breakneck cycling. Seems bicycles have become extremely popular in London recently. There's even a movement to change women's dresses to allow them to ride as well. The bicycle fad won't last. I don't see why anyone would want to ride something like that. I tell that to people now. They still ride it. Goodness, do you dislike bicycles? No, not at all. I mean, it's not that I dislike them exactly. It's just that any occupation that involves taking both your feet off firm ground seems reckless. If you'd ever try walking on stilts and fall into a river, I know you'd agree with me. We'll have to hire a bicycle sometime. You can sit behind me while I ride you around. Because it's another kind of meat. Sausage isn't meat. Huh? Meat? Sausage isn't meat? Wait, how does that... No, as far as I care, it may as well be meat. Anything else I can look at? Technically, sausage is meat, but isn't like chicken. Cow meat? Why does everyone want to turn me into beef lately? The clouds look so big and heavy in the sky, don't they? And with the dense fog as well, everything looks hazy. Well, it is known as foggy London town. I could just make out some sort of spire through the fog. It looks like it's still being built, though. Aha! Yes, that must be the Crystal Tower being built for the great exhibition that's to open in 6 months' time. Apparently it's going to be very striking, glazed on all sides and the symbolic centerpiece of the exhibition. It's to be the largest exposition in history, is it? Can't even begin to imagine it. Is that London Tower, then? Oh my god, there's more stuff to look at. We eating Falcon tonight? No! I could not feed a family of 4. I don't even think I could feed a family of 2. Do you see all the black smoke rising from the chimneys over there? It says here that in Great Britain, many people heat their homes in winter using coal. The only chimneys I remember seeing in Japan were on top of the bathhouse. You'd think some of those houses could be on fire. Not at all. Well, even so, that much thick smoke building up to the heavens is surely going to turn the whole sky black sooner or later. Gosh, you may be right about that. So many things to look at. Bum, ba-dum, bum. But that's all I can look at now. Yeah, okay. So, let's move then. By the way, the same way there's a pizza with 4 cheeses, there's a sure hot dogs with more than one kind of meat. At that point, that's too much. I guess we're gonna go see fucking Harlock Sholmes. Can we really visit, do you think? Oh, pinch me, I'm sure I must be dreaming. The cow has pee-pee in a, has a pee-pee, it is a bowl, and Lady Cow has udders. Then what is Falky? Isn't that concerning? Gee, what am I? Gee, what do those udders mean? Nobody knows. Ooh, a cutscene.
Thank you very much. It's just up there overlooking the street. Good day. Thanks again. This is it. The residence of Mr. Harlock Sholmes.
Yeah, it's a cutscene. I wish I had more of these. Wish I had more voice acted moments too. 19th February, 12:50 p.m. Sholmes Suite. So this is where the great detective makes his living. Feels surreal to be here somehow. Not in though, is he? It is as described in this. Is it as described in the stories, Miss Susato? Susato-san? Many, many famous cases have been solved here in this very room. Oh, I suppose they must have been, it must have been, yes. I've never read the story, so it's hard to get quite as excited about it as she seems to be. The detective chases the villain relentlessly as he disappears in the fog down an unlit London street. Oh, with the thrill of it, the romanticism. Can't you feel your heart thumping in your chest? Can't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, I suppose I can, yes, man. Why do you agree with her? So, if you don't mind, I'll just stand here and soak up the atmosphere for a while longer. Please, don't mind me. She's obsessed. Yeah, she's very obsessed. Well, it looks like our detective friend isn't home at present. Excuse me, is anybody home? Oh, do we have a visitor? We met this girl at the end of the other case, but we never got a name. Hello, is it a big new case for Mr. Sholmes? Hello. Wait, aren't you... Oh, how rude of me. I'll go and make some tea at once. I think she touched the grass so much that now she has the opposite effect of what people feel about places. I mean, it is... What is it, 1800s? Is it 1800s Japan? I'm sorry, 1800s era? Or is this the early 1900s? Bomb can answer that question, I can't. I'm sure it's the same girl. Miss Susato, did you see the girl who was just here? Oh yes, isn't it truly extraordinary? To think that the King of Bohemia came to this very room to ask Mr. Sholmes to take on his case. The King of where, Ina? King Wilhelm Gottsreich... What the fuck? King Wilhelm Gottsreich Sigismund von Ormstein, of course. How the... That's a... What a name. Sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Forget the adventures of Herlock Sholmes for a moment, and look over there. The tea is brewed, and I have freshly baked cake as well. Man, this girl's gonna... You found the way to my heart. Tea and cake. Welcome back, Bomb. Bomb, the nerd guy, please be summoned and answer our questions. It's a big-ass name. That, the King... So, I don't even remember the name now. He's here. He was successfully summoned. Zyra cast summoning jutsu to summon Bomb 343. Bomb 343 was summoned to the battlefield. Ah! It's you! I knew it! Susato-san recognizes her too. Ah! There you are! And taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine. It's the girl who turned up at the end of Mr. McGilded's trial to defend its antechamber. I've never met a lawyer from the Far East before. Who are you, having to get straight to work when you've only just arrived in London? Oh yes, it was challenging. Well, try this tea. It's my special blend, you know. Oh, thank you. Is tea supposed to look that color? The taco power is still within me. Bomb, what year are they in this game? Yeah, because I don't remember. I thought it was 1800s, but I don't know if that's right or not. Oh my, what a fragrant yellow mellow flavor. Hooray, it's a winner. I tried blending different leaves designed to alleviate fatigue, you see. You must be exhausted after your long voyage here, and you have another ticklish trial tomorrow. Oh, and you're to defend a Japanese man. I do wish you lots and lots of luck. Did Mr. Sholmes tell you about us by any chance? Oh, you know Hurley, Hurley? Hurley, do you? Hurley? Mr. Sholmes to you, Shirley? That actually rhymed. That was a good rhyme. Mr. Sholmes was the fellow passenger on the boat that brought us to Great Britain, you see. Was he really? Well, I had no idea. I'm afraid Hurley's on an errand again today, even though he just returned from overseas. Wait a minute. We met this girl for the first time ever yesterday after the trial, and only briefly at that. How on earth does she know so much about us? Did she deduce all those things, do you think? And perhaps more to the point, why is she here in Mr. Sholmes' suite? Oh, silly me, I haven't even introduced myself, have I? It's a great pleasure to meet you both. My name is Iris Wilson. I still think she's suspicious. I said that from the beginning. I don't think she's suspicious because she's literally a child to me and an inventor. But her name is Iris Wilson. Surely, Zarek, you trust an Iris, right? Wink. Near the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century. So late 1800s then. Entering into the... Is that the start? Wait, what was the start of the Industrial Revolution? Oh no, this is... The Industrial Revolution was way the fuck back then, so they're past that. Do 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 boom bam bam bum 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 bum. Well, if they ever talk about a president, I'll know exactly when this era is. Let alone chaotic beings from hell that is commonly called child. I live here together with Hurley. Ah, Iris, is it? What a lovely name. What? What's the matter? No, wait, this can't be. Did you say that your name is Wilson? What's the matter with Susato-san? Why is she so flustered all of a sudden? Yes, that's right. And what are your names? Oh, I'm Ryo Nasuki Naruhodo, a lawyer from Japan. Oh, sorry. I'm Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Susato Mikotoba. It's wonderful to meet you. Lovely. Susie and Runo. Got it. Wow, that was quick on the nicknames. Susie and Runo? There's more to this girl than meets the eye. Iris. Wait, do I gotta be worried about Iris or something? I have so many questions for her. I don't even know where to start. Yes, and so do I. Hey, before we start, can I show you this? Iris, can I show you this? Oh, how exciting. What is it? Tell me all about it. Oh, actually, I was hoping you might be able to tell me something about it, if anything comes to mind. Why would it? Well, no, I suppose it wouldn't. Tell me, I want to hear everything. I don't trust any Iris since Iris for Mega Man. Iris for Mega Man? Explain. Because I have not played this. Like, the only Mega Man I ever played was, the Jumpin' and Shootin' Simulator. For the Super Nintendo. That's the only Mega Man I remember playing. I mean, I can't wait for you to meet Dahlia in the game. Huh? I think it was X4 where she fights against you. Yeah, man, I never followed very much about the Mega Man storyline. Zoe sees me changing the camera location just so that it's more looking at her. What's the matter, Zoe? Dude, give me a minute. Okay. This hasn't gone according to plan. Do I show her the map? I'm sure I can, right? Nope. Okay. Okay, so I can't show her anything. Let's talk then. Iris. It was you that we ran into yesterday, wasn't it? At the Old Bailey? Yes, that's right. You were ever so helpful. Thank you so much. Oh no, not at all. I'm so sorry we couldn't have been more welcoming. Though, at the time, we did have a rather large gun pointed at us. You will have more stream suggestions for more games. Is it even possible for me to play Mega Man without the original hardware? The only time I feel like the only way I feel like I could play Mega Man would be like a ROM like this. Gulp. Thinking back now, you left with Miss Lestrade in tow, didn't you? Oh yes, what an that awkward witness, Gina Lestrade. Oh, Jenny? Yeah, she's a professional pickpocket. You see, you don't have the original hardware, wink. You know, there's a fun fact about that. I think the only original hardware that I might have right now would be a GameCube. I'd have to double check that though. I have not looked up there in my closet for a good while. So we found out. It was very naughty of her to pinch my invention like that. Are you referring to that trial-disrupting gun-like contraption? Exactly, so I followed her, you see, to get it back. Perhaps I should think about fitting a self-destruct mechanism into my inventions. This girl's a little bit much. I mean, yeah, this girl's dangerous. Anyway, I brought Ginny back here after that, so she could apologize to my trusty technician. Sorry, your technician? Hurley, of course, silly. Huh? I'm remembering wrong, or she had a bazooka. That was definitely a bazooka. Hurley? Oh wait, she didn't hear that, did she? Yes, Herlock Sholmes. We live here together. I had no idea the great detective had such an interesting young daughter. Daughter? Not likely. What? I wouldn't call him Hurley if he was my father, would I? Well then, what is your relationship with Mr. Sholmes? Well, I expect you found out that lodgings of any kind in London are very expensive. Now the solution is to share the cost with a partner, a roommate. Your roommates? I hope you don't mind me asking, Iris, but how old are you? 10 at last this year. Oh my god, she's even younger than I thought she was. I thought she was at least like 15. But 10 years old? Jesus fuck. That's young. Well, what of your mother and father? Oh no, they're not around. Oh, I see. I wonder what the story is there. I thought she was around 30. Well, no, I guess they're being very, I don't know what the word is, but they're being very, accurate with depictions of how people look and their age. Right? Yeah, right. Yes, I'm thinking anime ages. But then I look at the court record real quick, and I look at the people we have. Susato's 16, so that makes sense. Strongheart's 52, but his look makes sense to be 52. This guy is 44, but he looks younger to me. This guy is 33, and he feels like he's his age. But 10? I mean, that threw me off guard there. Iris Wilson, 10 years old, an extraordinary young girl who lives with Mr. Sholmes. She has a degree in medicine. What? And is the author of a popular series of short stories. What? She has a degree in medicine? Man. This is the kind of girl you see in like an anime. It kind of makes you feel like a little bit of a failure sometimes. Who is Stein near her? Oh, this guy? Soseki Natsumi? This is the dude we're supposed to be defending in court. A scholar sent to Britain by the Japanese government to further his study of English. He's the defendant accused of attempted murder. He is literally JoJo personified, Zarek. Literally. I literally could not, like, I slapped this man. I need an opportunity to slap Mr. Natsumi across the head for how, like, hyper he is. I mean, that guy needs a slap to the head. No. Who is Albert Einstein near her? Stein not even near her. What? You've confused me, friend. You mean this guy? This guy? This girl? That guy? Bum 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 bum. So why the last name Wilson? Oh yes, there's something I must ask you. Of course. Go ahead, Susie. Susie. I am a very great fan of the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, and oh, you have a copy of Rance magazine. Yes, I read every issue. It's delivered all the way to Japan on a ship. Oh, this is so exciting. My stories are being read on the other side of the world. Wait, what? My stories? That's right. Hurley is always solving such amazing cases, you see, and he tells me all about them. They really are quite fascinating. It would be a shame if I was the only one who ever heard them, don't you think? She wrote them? What I'm trying to say is, how do you even compare her to someone like Albert Einstein? He can't stand how smart she is. Even Albert Einstein has to bow down to her intelligence. Oh, sure, I agree, but Einstein has a different field than this lady. This one is medicine. Albert Einstein was well. Yeah, no, he was physics. Definitely physics, right? Now I don't remember. I have to look that up. Goodness! Last night, he was telling me all about a new case he just solved on a steamship traveling from a faraway land. So I was just in the middle of typing up the manuscript for the next issue before you came. So you are the author! Yes, I'll let you in on a secret if you like. I'm gonna call this latest adventure The Speckled Band. The Speckled Band? That's certainly very familiar. Of course, I always change one or two details in the story here and there. This time, I had the idea of making a venomous snake be the cause of all the trouble. Oh, that was Mr. Sholmes' first thought as well, actually. Yes, and of course I know that a snake might not be a credible fit for the facts of the case exactly, but it's a story. Some poetic license is justified to make it more thrilling, I think. Don't you? Damn. This girl's good. Dude, she's still 10 years old. This means that she can still beat Steiner's physics or whatever study. Yeah, fair, maybe, yeah. She could be the next person to find the cure to cancer. So, do you mean to say, are the stories about Mr. Sholmes that are published in Rance magazine? All written by me, yes, on my wonderful and very modern typewriter. But all the stories I've ever read are written by a doctor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson. Suzato-san's getting more and more worked up. Ah, yes, that's me. I mean, my name really is Wilson. But what about the doctor of medicine part? That's all true too. I am a doctor of medicine. No, at 10 years old. At 10 years old? Well, that's quite incredible. But the Wilson is an English gentleman. Ah, yes. I did alter the setting slightly for the stories to be more compelling. Oh. Well, it sounds a little strange, doesn't it? A great detective with a 10-year-old girl in tow? I mean, that that does sound weird as hell. I suppose it does, yes. Poor Suzato-san. She looked like her whole world was just falling apart. Man, 10 years old, though. As a doctor of medicine, writes short writes detective stories for Rants magazine and knows how to type on top of that on a typewriter. Straight up genius. About before. Yes, what's on your mind, Runo? Do tell me. How did you know that I was a lawyer and we just arrived in London, I mean? Yes. Oh, and that we have a difficult trial tomorrow. How did you know all that? Oh, that's what you mean. Please, tell us how you did it. Explain every detail. Of course, I'd be delighted. Although, there's really no mystery. Now, let's begin. Iris Wilson is proud to present her Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Oh god, she has it too. The thing is, are you sure she's not 18 plus? Why would anyone lie about their age like that? Usually when people lie about their age, they usually lie that they're older, not younger. Usually. There are situations here, but usually. First of all, I knew already that you were a lawyer, Runo. After all, I met you yesterday at the Old Bailey in the defendant's antechamber. But you also said we'd only just arrived in London. How did you know that? I observed a passport and travel ticket protruding from your breast pocket. Oh, so I was reasonably confident you must have only just arrived in the country. And on top of that, you accepted a case against that particular prosecutor, telling me you were unaware of London's court affairs. The Reaper of the Bailey. I walked right into that one, didn't I? Then I noticed a reg ink stamp on the back of Susie's hand. You were given that when you were visited the local prison to meet with the suspect, weren't you, earlier today? Ah. They used those stamps to keep a close eye on comings and goings, you see. I didn't realize. And a red stamp is only used for people visiting foreign inmates. Wow. So that told me that even though you only had yesterday completed the trial of Magnus McGilded, the two of you had already caused to visit a foreign inmate at a local prison. However, neither of you was wearing a particularly sad expression on your face, so I concluded that the prisoner was unlikely to be a friend or a relative. That led me to believe that you must have accepted a new case. I see. But how could you have known that the trial is tomorrow? Well, having barely been home a few hours yesterday, Hurley solved yet another case. It obviously amused him. He told me he'd caught a Japanese man who was bawling and trembling. A Japanese man? Well, clearly that must have been Mr. Natsumi. Now, Runo has that fancy Japanese sword, and I think your outfit is called a kimono, isn't it, Susie? Now, anyway, it was clear to me that you both come from Japan yourselves, so I put two and two together and decided you must be defending the Japanese man Hurley caught. And there was only one conclusion those facts could lead me to. You both came here to ask Hurley about the case. Man, she is smart. The only ones I know that want to look more older kids that want something illegal for minors. Yeah, like I said, usually it's always the case. Kids always want to go and say they're older than they are. There's a note on the mantelpiece that says the man's trial will be tomorrow. Hurley's always stabbing his notes with a knife, you know? He is silly. Then, that's all there was to it, really. Jeez. Thank you for listening. I'm Iris Wilson, and that was one of my great deductions. How come you're not solving cases, girl? Because you did a way better job than Sherlock Holmes did. Or Sherlock Holmes did. Well, was it a winner? Were my deductions correct? They were spot on. That was amazing, Iris. Truly a great deduction. You even managed to discern something of Mr. Sholmes' delivery. Oh, well, I was just copying Hurley's style for that. Now imagine a lady that smart and can pretend to be a child. I don't know. I still believe that she's 10 years old. This is really very good news. You could tell us all about the case involving the Japanese man. You will, won't you, Iris? Please? I don't think she knows much, though. Maybe she does. Who knows? So yesterday, Mr. Sholmes apprehended a Japanese man, you were saying. Yes. Hurley had just arrived back in London after his sea voyage, but the police were waiting for him at the railway station to take him directly to the crime scene. Ah, the great detective is a popular man, it seems. Apparently a woman was stabbed on a quiet street somewhere in town. There were witnesses who had seen a short, shifty-looking, stooped man running away from the scene. A short, shifty-looking, stooped man. Mr. Natsume, beyond any doubt. Soseki-san said that he didn't see anybody else on the street at all, but it seems there were witnesses after all. Hurley used his great deductive powers to determine the man's address. It was a lodging room very nearby. He went directly there with the police, and what did they find? A short, shifty-looking, stooped man shivering in fear. Ugh, Mr. Sholmes' great deduction certainly hit the mark that time. Of course he did! It's a great detective! Still, that means the incident occurred only 2 days ago. Surely tomorrow is too soon for the trial, isn't it? Definitely. We have no time to investigate properly. Hurley says that London is rife with crime. Oh. Scotland Yard is doing its best, but they can't stay on top of it, apparently. Damn, even throwing Scotland Yard under the bus. Oh dear, I hadn't realized the situation was so dire. That's why they can't afford to spend too much time investigating cases and trying the criminals in court. Staff and money are both short. Crimes are usually pinned on the first suspicious person. Damn. That's terrible. I suppose it's the harsh reality of the workings of the world's greatest justice system. I suppose it is, but in that case, I don't hold out much hope for Soseki-san. Mr. Soseki-san. Thank you for answering so many of our questions, Iris. This has been very informative. Oh, you're most welcome. I've had so much fun. You happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is at the moment? As you guessed, we'd like to ask him some questions about this case as well. Ah, well, I expect Hurley is still investigating the scene. Of the case involving Mr. Natsume, you mean? Yes, Mr. Nuts... Oh, May? Hurley said he was going to the man's lodgings. If you leave now, you'll probably catch him there. Iris, do you know where these lodgings are? Reminds me of Koseki. Beat you? Oh god. If Iris starts making memes, then I'm gonna start calling her Bibu. The name? Oh, Koseki-san? Well, I imagine the police are still investigating the scene of the crime themselves, aren't they? Bibu! Bibu hitting me on the head with a big ol' hammer. Did you happen to come across a detective by the name of Gregson while you were there? Yes, we know Inspector Gregson. Ah, goody. In that case, give Gregsy this for me, would you? If you do that, I'm sure he'll tell you what you want to know. What is this? A 5-shilling piece and a postcard, it seems. A card for Inspector Gregson with a message on with a message on the back from Iris. Pull my Bibu trigger. It reads, "Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem." Gosh, this will make the inspector help us, will it? Well, thank you, Iris. We'll give it a try. Good luck then. I'm going to return to writing my manuscript, The Speckled Band, and I'll be making more special blends of tea, so come back again soon. We'd be delighted. Thank you so much, Iris. Well, Mr. Naruto, it's back to the scene of the crime. So, somewhat dubious that they would exert any influence over the men of Scotland Yard at all, we headed back to the scene with Iris' curious note and one of the world's heaviest silver coins in hand. What is that, supposed to be like 50 cents or something? A dollar? To be continued? What is that bullshit? Such a strange spot to put a "to be continued." Yes, I will save my my progress. Good morning, little Zoe. Dang, we've passed almost 2 hours in game time. It looks as though the police are still here, carrying on with their investigation. Perfect. So let's find Inspector Gregson as quickly as possible. Yes, and let's see if he'll take a break from his chips to look at that silver tip Iris gave us for him. By the way, that was your room? No, that was Herlock Sholmes' room. Wait, I can look at that item real quick? I'm gonna look at that. Can't find anything out of place. Whoops. Got it. This is a 5-shilling piece, isn't it? I believe it's called a crown. Yes, and you can train a Scotland Yard detective to whatever you want with just a single one. Iris must be the most powerful 10-year-old in the world. How much is 5 shillings, by the way? What's it really worth? Well, it's probably enough to buy all the chips the inspector could possibly eat in a whole month. What the fuck? That's greasy. Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem. Iris Wilson. Look at her signature. Bibu is the cringe lord. Oh, God. Sticking out your gut for no Rizzler. You're so bow. You're so BB tax. I just wanna be your Shiori. God. Even that fucking song. That little tiny 15-second song is stuck in my head. I thought, I would imagine that Lowly God Requiem would be stuck in my head, but no, that one had to be. I haven't heard the new song yet. Not yet, at least. Iris' little handwriting is adorable, isn't it? Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. Trust that won't be a problem. Yes, the handwriting might be adorable, but the message is ominous. There's no room for sentiment there. I'm sure it's simply the way you're interpreting it, Mr. Naruhodo. Anyway, I do hope the inspector will tell us what we need to know when he reads it. You don't think it would just make him munch popping hot chips until the steam comes out of his ears, do you? Well, that wouldn't be an entirely terrible outcome. Never... I'll post it. Never mind. Post it anyway. Zyra got it? Oh. Here you go. Have this. Inspector Grayson. Do you have a moment? I'm sorry to say I don't. I'm a very busy man. Much too busy to talk to a pair of foreign godabouts, that's for sure. We have these for you. A present from Miss Iris Wilson. What? For me? From her ladyship? Oh my god. I think I've seen Yacht for Nerizler and was cringing the entire time. Did you see the reaction during the Mario Kart tournament when Bibu managed to get the entire main channel infected with that song? Her ladyship? Give that here, at once! Come on, hand it over! That's for me! Ah! Don't wait for me to give it to you, will you? Jeez. What is he, simping? What was that coin exactly? It's a silver crown, obviously, but it's a lot more than that. It's, well, it's an appearance fee. That's what it is. An appearance fee? Oh, I see. You mean... That's right. For the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Her ladyship always offers me a little financial reward for featuring me. Every time. Yes, of course. I know all about your exploits, Inspector. I've read them avidly. Of course, her using my name without my say-so doesn't say-so does make me the butt of a lot of unpleasant jokes, but still. I am sorry, Inspector, but that must be difficult for you. Never you mind that. So, what do you want to know then, eh? Sorry? Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem, it says. Well, obviously it's not a problem. Go on, fire away. What do you want to know? Oh my god, all of JP was like Kawaii while Ian was despairing. Dude, I'm Brazilian and like cringe things, but even that for me was too much. Also, Pomu's gone. I'm sad about the Pomu being gone. Because why the stream on Friday was so late at night, because I was like trying to recover from the fact that Pomu was gone. I mean, I hope she reincarnates, but I imagine she might be focusing on school first. She did say she wanted to go back to school, so... Big Boss Pomu's gone, but not forgotten. She will never be forgotten. It's fine. Pomu is still in our heart. But we are Pomu. I'm Pomu. I'm Pomu. Well, if you wouldn't mind, Inspector, We'd very much like to know the address of Mr. Natsumi's lodgings. Ah, little knife-wielding, mustached Japanese fellow. He lives in a right old hovel. It's just over there. Look. That's his house? On the first floor of that house in the corner with the wreck of a bicycle. With the wreck of a bicycle's propped up. The final KR and Pomu call. I feel like I don't remember that entire call. Especially because I was at work, so I didn't get to listen to all of it in its entirety. I mean, she did stream for like 10 hours. That is nearby indeed. If I remember rightly, the landlord is Mr. John Garadeb. Right, well, if you see her again, you make sure to give her ladyship my regards, you hear? I mean it. You tell her that Gregson sends his very best wishes. Don't worry, Inspector, we will. Goodbye for now, then. And long live her ladyship. I just want to point something out here. This man is 44, saluting a 10-year-old. Like, this guy treats her like some kind of, like, an actual queen. That, to me, is funny. Well, at least he told us what we wanted to know before he left. Yes, so then, shall we go and see what we can find in Mr. Natsumi's lodgings? Definitely. Oops. New location has been added. Mr. Natsumi's lodgings. Let's go. Maybe she's related to royalty? You know, at this point I wouldn't be surprised. Mr. Natsumi's lodgings. Hi? May I help you? Ah, yes. Would this be the residence of Mr. John Garadeb? Indeed it would, sir. And who may I say is calling? My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo is representing Mr. Soseki Natsumi. I believe he takes lodgings here. We would very much like to ask him some questions about our client. Oh, what's with that shock? One moment, please. I shall convey the message to Mr. Garadeb. Did you see that, Miss Suzato? That was a real-life English maid. That's not what I was going to point out. I know. As I understand it, anyone of standing in English society employs a number of household staff. But that was the first time I've ever seen one in the flesh. Oh, this day keeps getting better. Suspicious? Yeah, I'll go with that phrase for sure. Ow. It certainly feels like we've really arrived now, doesn't it? We need only to meet a butler, and the experience will be complete. That egg in Louise's head is suspicious as well. What's the matter with the egg? The egg is fantastic. That little slap icon I have, that slap emoji over there is great too. Who laid that egg? It was Kiara? No. I just happen to like the egg. Well, I'm not sure I'd go that far, but I understand the sentiment. Thank you for waiting. Mr. Garadeb will see you now. This way. Mr. Garadeb, hi. Good day to you. John Garadeb at your service. Pleased to meet you, sir. This is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. He's a defense lawyer. Do excuse me not getting up. Took a shot to the knee a few years back in the Battle of Maiwan, don't you know? Earned a medal for my pains, but had to withdraw from service, hand over the reins to the up-and-comings. So he's a retired soldier. It's a hell of a job getting up and down stairs now, I can tell you. Don't get out much, so you can imagine. Yes, it's quite a climb up here to the second floor, isn't it? I was panting on the top of the stairs. You really must take more exercise, Mr. Naruhodo, you're relatable right now, man. I hate climbing upstairs, and I have to do it all the fucking time. Do you think so? He used to be an adventurer like you, but he got an air shot on the knee. I was an adventurer like you once, then I took an arrow to the knee. Well, Mr. Garadeb, no doubt you were very courageous to earn yourself a medal. Oh, it was nothing. The medal was just a folderol, really. Folderol? Wouldn't like to offend the general, though, so I grudgingly displayed it on the wall. Why don't you fetch it down, Joan? Let those good people see it properly. Joan, fetch the... Dash it all, woman! Be careful! I don't like this woman. Oh, dearie me, I do beg your pardon, sir. You jolly near took the skin off my hands. I shall be more careful, sir. So anyway, there you have it, living the quiet life now. Yes, I see. Now then, I hear you want to know about the chap lodging downstairs, is that right? Yes, we would be very grateful if you could answer some questions for us. Only two, please, naturally, especially if it helps keep the peace here in Blighty. We forged an alliance with the Empire of Japan recently, as I'm sure you're aware, so this case is very much in the public's eye, as it were. Oh, is it? Even had some famous detective poking around, you know, in this old house, would you believe? Yes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Could have been. Didn't catch the chap's name. Not really my cup of tea, all that detective business. Oh, but you have a copy of Rant's magazine here, so... no. Anyway, the chap's investigating the foreigner's room as we speak. So he's in Suzeki-san's room. Suzeki-san's. It's a bally nuisance is what it is. The whole neighborhood's twitching its curtains now. I don't like all this fuss. It's jolly unsettling. About Mr. Natsumi then, Mr. Garrett, please do tell us. Ah yes, the Japanese chap. Only been lodging here for a week. Oh, just 1 week? So we moved in very recently then. I have two lodgers most of the time, one on the ground floor and one just below us. First floor room became available a week ago, you see. There'd been... Ah! Why are you interrupting? Dash it all, Joan! Do be careful! Oh my goodness, I'm terribly sorry, sir. What is it with this woman? If you want to know my opinion, I thought he was a shady sort from the moment I set eyes on him. Oh? Why? He seemed to have a most nervous disposition, always shaking and looking over his shoulder. The man had shady written across his sweat-soaked brow, if you ask me. I said to myself, Joan, that man is trouble. Sooner or later he's going to do something untoward. And I'm rarely wrong about anything. We won't be calling this maid as a witness, that's for sure. Is there anything else that struck you as suspicious about the man at all? Yes, oh yes, indeed there was. And she's dying to tell us. Why do I feel like this maid's trying to assassinate the dude I'm talking to in some way? Have you noticed anything else at all about your lodger, Mr. Natsumi? Or about your lodger, Mr. Natsumi? I thought the same. See, we're on the same page here, Zarek. Meanwhile, my cat's in front of me. Oh my word, yes, the man was shadier than an orchard. Could you elaborate? Well, take the man's room. Absolutely stuffed full of books it is, more than anyone could ever read. And he never so much as passes the time of day with another living soul. I haven't seen a single visitor call. He just trots off to that old bookshop every day and comes back at 5 to light the gas fire. And the funny little man is up past the time everyone else in the house has gone to bed, too. Oh, I see. The gentleman on the ground floor goes to bed at around 9 each night. But I've never known the Japanese fellow to retire any earlier than 2 in the morning. God damn. Ah. What, so I am suspicious for being like that as well? Wait, what are you're not suspicious? We're on the same page here. Could you clarify something, I wonder? What, pray? How do you know so much about Mr. Natsumi's routine? Oh! I'd understood that neither of the lodgers living on this floor of the house, is that correct? That's right, yes. They're both below us, on the first floor and street level. Then, how is it that you know so much about the lives of your lodgers? The precise times that they come back in the evening, for example, even the times they go to bed. Good grief, Joan! Be more careful, woman! Oh my goodness, sir. I'm terribly sorry, sir. Something doesn't add up here. They dodged that question real fucking hard. You're saying that he stays the entire day without talking to another human being. Do I talk to another human being if I'm in Discord? Oh, so they really did dodge that question. I get the feeling they're going to be future witnesses for some reason. What if these two are the two witnesses? It seems that the incident took place at around 5 in the evening. Did you happen to look out the window around that time? The window? Yes, we noticed that the window over there looks over Briar Road. The incident took place on the pavement just on the far side of the street. Was there anyone suspicious loitering nearby? 5 o'clock is dinner time in the Gary Deb household, so I'm afraid I don't remember seeing anything. What about you, Joan? No, sir. It would have been dusk outside already at that hour. And with the fog as well, I should think it would have been quite impossible to see the other side of the road. Oh, I see. Did you notice anything else out of the ordinary, then? Such as? Anything at all, even if it seems unrelated. Well. Yes, was there something then? Well, it's nothing particularly significant, but around that sort of time in here, there... Oh my god, she interrupted him again. For the love of God, Joan, watch what you're doing! Oh dear me, what have I done? I'm awfully sorry, sir. Dude, this is a maid who would have gotten fired, like, ages ago. Do be more careful, woman. Of course, sir. If I may, Mr. Narrow Hollow. Narrow Hollow! Oh, yes. I have an exceedingly good memory, and as far as I remember, nothing of any significance took place here at that hour. Nothing at all. Oh, really? Mr. Garrett, Deb, the way you were talking before, it sounded rather like there might have been. Oh, well, as I was saying, it was just a trifling matter, really. Nothing of... Ah! Don't dash it all! What is the matter with you, woman? Begging your pardon, sir. Nothing happened. Yes, quiet. Nothing happens. We sat down to a quiet, uneventful meal. Joan. That's right, Mr. Garrett Deb. Holy shit, the level... This... The red flags are going... They're going off, man. They're turning into sirens at this point. What is the matter with these two? It sounds like something happened here in this room on the evening of the incident, but what? I wish I knew. Man, we are not going to get anything from them, are we? It's not even red flag anymore. It's already purple. Dude, it is so blood red. I feel like I'm looking into the pits of hell. I ran out of water, by the way, so as soon as we finish with this conversation, I'm gonna go grab some more water. Could you tell us which floor Mr. Natsumi's room is on? Why, certainly, just below us on the first floor. And Mr. Sholmes is investigating there, even as we speak. Yes, told me Nat's his name, had asked him to look into the matter, so I gave him the key. Mr. Natsumi had engaged Mr. Sholmes' services? That's a blatant lie. Would it be alright if we also had a look around? In Mr. Natsumi's room, I mean. Don't see why not. Just down one flight of stairs. Who knows if we'll find anything that could help us with the case, but we have to try. I'll brush my teeth. We need all the clues we can lay our hands on, shall we? Yes, and while we're there, we can speak with Mr. Sholmes again. Perhaps he'll be able to tell us more. Okay. With that, I'll be right back. If I don't have water while reading on this game, my throat will die. So, be right back real quick. Okay, I have returned with a full pitcher of full bottle of water. We can look around here, apparently, so we should. That's a full-size cannon. What's it doing in here? Oh my, it's real. I thought it might be a replica. It's real. That old thing? Ah, that's little more than a toy. Sorry? The army was selling it off when I retired, so I decided to give it a new home. Never know when the enemy might attack next. Jolly useful to have a cannon about the house. She is the bad guy, bad woman. Yo, I don't trust both of these. And the reason I say that is because, can you see my cursor? No. I get the feeling that that woman, the maid, has a lot of control over Mr. Gary Deb. But Mr. Gary Deb is also, like, in cahoots, you know? So I'm wondering what these two are about. Really? It isn't overkill? Be prepared, I always say. You never know what this twisted word is going to throw at you next, boy. You think there may be trouble brewing, Mr. Gary Deb? Always is. Take Joan here. Never fails to have a clean apron in reserve. Dries them all over the barrel, you see? They dry very well in the cannon there, Joan tells me, which rather proves my point, I feel. It's been reduced to a drying rack. No wonder that huge cannon looks like it's hanging its head in shame. That uniform looks fairly ancient, doesn't it? It's clearly been well looked after, though. That old thing? Pah, not much better than rags, really. Oh? Wore that ceremonial garb at my retirement bash, you know? But I'm not one for dwelling on the past. Wait, what? On the past? Me? Would have gladly thrown it out, but you know how it is. Anyway, it doesn't hurt to have the odd piece of memorabilia lying around, does it? Oh, I see. Perhaps we should leave the past in the past. We can look at that medal. That looks like a Medal of Honor, and is showcased on a very grand banner. Yes, it's displayed with some pride, I would say, although it bothers me that it's not straight. What? That old thing? Sorry? I should be glad to see the back of it, but the general would turn into in his grave if I disposed of it. The wall is the best place for it. Keeps the badly thing out of my way. So it's just been polished to shine by accident, I suppose. There appears to be an inscription on the medal itself. Look. Let me see. It says, for distinguished participation. Sounds like the kind of honors even I could be in line for. Bro. Well, one doesn't like to blow one's own trumpet, but I was given that for my time in the army. Can't measure an officer by the number of medals in his name, of course. Common knowledge in military circles. It's very true, though. I'm sorry, what the hell are these shells? Are those mortar shells? They're enormous. Ah, I hadn't noticed. What are they doing here? Ah, those old things? A couple of little rounds I accidentally fired into the barracks during training, you know. Became a bit of colorful regiment folklore, that incident. You mean you deliberately hunted out the spent shells? Well, I wouldn't say deliberately exactly. They're only scrap iron after all, usually just thrown away, I believe. But you never know when things might come in useful, do you? I don't know how mortar shells would ever be useful. Yes, well. Joan here did manage to knock one of the bally things on my foot the other day while she was dusting. Oh no! Hadn't shed a tear since 1869 before then, you know? Maybe reconsider throwing them away? What the fuck? That portrait of Mr. Gary Deb is glaring at me, I swear. Have you noticed that all the little frames contain photographic prints of Mr. Gary Deb as well? Yes, and there seems to be a statue of a lion on the mantelpiece as well. Ah, yes. Seemed to come back from local pawnbroker with that little trinket. Seemed to come back? What do you mean? The chap who runs the place is a bally wizard. A bally wizard went in to sell something and came out with that thing. In point, in fact, now that I think about it, I often find myself leaving the place with something I don't need. Dementia is strong in him. The lion ornament certainly does seem surplus to requirements. I'm leaving here. Enjoy the game. I'll be in Discord later. Take it easy, Zyric. Susanoo still doesn't pull her punches, or her throws for that matter. Look at that enormous screen. It must have been put up there deliberately, surely. Yes, it certainly seems like someone's trying to hide something from view. What could be behind it, I wonder? I'm gonna have a very quick look. Just a little peek. Ahem! Ahem! Maybe let's not, Miss Susanoo. I think the maid is gonna head us off with a cup of tea. Ahem! Ahem! It's a little suspicious that they won't let me look back there, though, huh? A little suspicious? This window looks out over Briar Road, where the young woman was attacked. Oh yes, I can make out the policeman on the far side of the road investigating the crime scene. The glass is rather murky, isn't it? You can't see very clearly. Does this thing open at all, I wonder? I shouldn't underestimate the bitterness of a London winter, sir. Sorry? As soon as you open that window, the tea will freeze in the pot. No Londoner would go opening windows at dusk in the middle of winter, I assure you. Seems very unlikely these two would have seen anything of the incident then. Yeah, but I feel like they have some part in it. That's the problem. Damn! Oh look, what a wonderful collections of cakes lined up on the gleaming silver cake stand. Lined up, looks more like someone half demolished them to me. Afternoon tea is a time of indulgence, you know. It is quite the English way. It is Mr. Garrideb's custom to take 2 cakes with his tea. Jesus, man. That sounds delightful. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute, though. There are at least 10 cakes on this cake stand. Well, naturally, and it would never do to waste the leftovers. Whatever Mr. Garrideb doesn't eat, I say to myself, Joan, you shall have to tidy up. How magnanimous of you? I can't pronounce that word. This old candle holder looks a little out of place here, wouldn't you say? Yes, you're right. It's clearly supposed to be gold, but it's completely black for some reason. That old thing? Yes. Just a cheap piece of ironmongery. Gimcrack, really. Oh? Used it when I was studying, don't you know? For my commission. I know it's old, hardly worth hanging on to, really, but, well, still has its uses sometimes. Of course. Does everything in this room have some elaborate story behind it? They're memories, Mr. Naruhodo. Memories. Pretty much all I have now. What about all the broken everything? Look at this crockery on display here. It's rather unusual, isn't it? Oh my, a genuine London dresser. Isn't it delightful? Although the shelves seem to be broken and the crockery is... oh dear. It's in pieces. It really is. The word cracked wouldn't do Chinaware justice. Ah, I wonder. Perhaps the cannon was fired at it. Yes, probably something like that, but let's not delve too deeply here. I think I got everything to look at. Don't want to look behind what's behind that. Oh, we missed the books. I notice you have a pile of books here, Mr. Garrideb. Do you enjoy reading? Ever experienced a London winter, boy? The nights are long. No better way to pass the time than in front of the fire with a jolly good book. Oh, there's a copy of Rant's magazine here, I see. No doubt Mr. Garrideb enjoys the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, too. The great detective has a great many followers, it would seem. Guess we got everything. But they're not going to tell us shit. So let's move down to a Mr. Natsumi's room, then. Small, dark room rented by a visiting scholar of the Empire of Japan by the name of Suseki Natsumi. We still haven't been here yet. I wonder what awaits us. Yeah, let's find out. A kitty! If that's his cat, Jesus fuck, I just realized how many books this place has. But if that's his cat, this makes sense. What? Just look at this place. And smell it. It's so musty in here. I suppose it's the mountains of old books that are responsible for that. Susanoo? What's the matter? I don't think I've ever seen so many books in all my life. No, me neither. It's so dark in here, too. Is that the window over there? Well, it was the window, I think, yes, once upon a time. But for some reason, it's been closed up with bricks and mortar. So this is where Mr. Natsumi lives. By the way, I haven't spotted Mr. Sholmes anywhere, have you? No, that's true, but according to what Mr. Garrideb told us, the great detective should be around here somewhere investigating. I'm more curious about the cat, though. That's the first thing I want to poke at. Meow! Aww. And he's gone. Oh my, what an adorable little cat. Perhaps he's looking after all the books while his master is away. I don't know about that. He disappeared into that pile of books as quick as a flash. It was a tricolor Miki, wasn't it? Do they even have that sort of cat here in Great Britain? Miki? Perhaps Mr. Natsumi brought that little creature with him from Japan. Man, I would feel bad having a cat on a ship, dude. That's made me feel homesick now. Already? You've only been in the country for 2 days? Wait, what? It's only been 2 days? Jeez, I feel like they've been here for months. What stress does to a man. Look at all these balls of paper on the floor. There are notes scrawled all over them in English. Looks like there's the water, it looks like the waste paper basket is so full they've just fallen out. I think Mr. Natsumi would have been deeply immersed in his research, don't you? Or deeply averse to tidying up his mess. I wouldn't like to speculate which is closer to the truth. The cat disappeared behind the books. Look at all those books stacked up there. They almost reached the ceiling. They're all works of English literature, and they all smell so musty. With this volume of books to hand, you'd never be short of reading material, would you? No, what a dreamy idea. A bad dream, maybe, for me at least. Mind you, I don't imagine the book that's at the bottom of the pile now will ever be read again. So reading is an experience that comes but once in a lifetime, just as the tea ceremony teaches us. I certainly didn't expect the conversation to turn down the path of tea ceremony philosophy. Neither did I. Meow! Oh look, it's a beckoning cat from home. It's a bit big and bulky, isn't it? Surely Mr. Natsumi didn't bring that Maneki Neko all the way from Japan with him. I hardly think you're in a position to comment, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you forgetting that enormous Dorama doll that you brought in your luggage? I beg your pardon? Well, it can be dangerous traveling abroad. I wanted a lucky charm. Well, I imagine Mr. Natsumi wanted the same, and this cat is sure to beckon good luck to him. Not doing a very good job so far, is it? You mustn't say such things. I didn't say a word. Why are my eyes such a giveaway? This poor guy is never going to get over his eye problems. It's so quiet. That desk seems to be wedged into a crevice between the mountains of books on the other side. I suppose Mr. Natsumi would sit there and read while stroking his cat, but surrounded on all sides by these towering old tomes, surely he dreamt of books every night as well. Yes, he must have done, mustn't he? Oh, what's this? It's a receipt from a second-hand bookshop. Your books. Ah, yeah. Oh, yes, Mr. Natsumi's name's on it. Look, and the date of purchase. 2 days ago at 4:45 p.m. That's the day of the incident. That's just a short while before he was embroiled in the terrible attack. He must have been on his way back from buying some old books. A receipt discovered in Mr. Natsumi's room for some books that he had purchased from a second-hand bookshop before the incident occurred. You know, there's this opportunity for him to have been carrying in books then, so there's no way he would have had a murder weapon on him. Speaking of that, I want to look at that. Customer Mr. Natsumi, the sum of 2 shillings, tendered in the receipt up, a picture of Monazor Lecoq, a meal for Gabrielle, Canterbury Yearnings. He had 3 books. There's no... 1 book for each hand? Or all 3 books on both hands. There's no way he would have been carrying a murder weapon. Just saying. I bet you he's over... Yep, there he is. Fucking... Sherlock Sholmes. Ah, look, Mr. Naruhodo. Aha, there he is. Where did he appear from? He seems to be engrossed in the pages of an old book. Hope he won't mind if we disturb him. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, you two, good day. Now, let me see. Where was it that we met? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you were together on the SS Burya. Yes, of course, the Burya. And let me see, what happened on that voyage? It was Kazuma Asogi. He died, tragically, but you were a great help to us. Ah, yes, but of course, the case of Mr. Asogi. It was the one with the snake, wasn't it? Oh, well, you seem to remember something of it at least. What an honor to be remembered vaguely by the great Herlock Jones. Vaguely? This is Mr. Oh, no, my dear madam. Hold your tongue. I pride myself on my superior powers of recollection. Your names are safely recorded on my brain attic. Brain attic. Miss Naruhodo. Oh my god. And Mr. Susanoo. Got it mixed up there. Try the other way around, Mr. Sholmes. I lose the first round. In truth, I had hoped to invite you both to my Baker Street suite the day we arrived in London, but some Scotland Yarders ambushed me at the railway station and whisked me away to a crime scene. It was an entirely trivial case, of course. I solved the matter in no more than 30 minutes, so they apprehended Soseki-san in that short amount of time. I'm afraid the pursuance of a new case has dulled my recollection of my past involvements a little. A little? It is a mistake to think that one's brain attic has elastic walls and can distend to any extent. I do my best to forget useless facts, lest they should elbow out the useful ones. Yes, those are my own words of inimitable wisdom, you know, from an adventure entitled A Study in Scarlet. Please, there's no need to quote yourself. I don't always remember my pearls of wisdom, but fortunately my associate pens them beautifully. He means Iris, I suppose. Mr. Sholmes, we have some extremely important questions to ask you about the trivial case you just mentioned. Goodness, what an earnest expression. My dear madam, I should be only too pleased, and this murky room is an apt place to discuss the murky case. I don't know why I have this habit of always wanting to present this dumb armband. Mr. Naruhodo, please, despite aspirations to the contrary, I am a professional. If I am to unleash my deductive powers on that trinket, I must ask for a sum of £3 in cash. Oh, I don't need you to make any deductions about it. I was just wondering if you might know. Mr. Naruhodo, as a professional, I insist that if I am to offer my opinion on that trinket, I must ask for a sum of £3 in cash. I believe Mr. Sholmes has his eye on an expensive copy of the complete works of Shakespeare. Yes, to stand on the stage amid rapturous applause. It has long been a dream of mine, as you know. I literally had no idea. Have you seen this, Mr. Soames? Shh. I must have silence. It is of the first importance when I am in the throes of deduction that nothing irrelevant distracts me. Oh, sorry. Cloudy changing to fair, perhaps. You were in the throes of deducing the weather? What's the book receipt? Oh, he does have something to say. Ah, the receipt for the books our stooped Japanese friend purchased. I uncovered that yesterday morning. A marvelous find, wouldn't you agree? Oh, yes, the work of a truly great detective. What a scatterbrained individual he must have been, he must be to have left it behind. Curiously, there is no mention of this publication on the receipt. Odd when you consider how fascinating it is. You mean not everyone in London buys Rand's magazine every time they visit a shop? Yes, odd indeed. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, how expertly you slipped that into the conversation. Ah, I'm glad you agree. Detective stories can be great works of literature too, my dear fellow. Well, got my answers there. Let's talk. Mr. Natsumi's arrest! Tell me about it. We know this to be the lodgings of a Japanese foreign student by the name of Soseki Natsumi. It seems that you assisted in his arrest, Mr. Sholmes, for the stabbing of a young woman outside here on Briar Road. Natsumi, yes, I believe it was a name rather along those lines. But Mr. Natsumi denies it. Was it really justifiable to arrest him on so little? I'm sorry, Miss Susato, but I have not the slightest idea what you mean. What? Can't believe it was looking Susato's on squarely in the eye while feigning ignorance. I assure you, I'm not merely feigning ignorance. It would appear as if the pair of you are under some misapprehension. Oh? How? I assure you I have no recollection of accusing your stooped compatriot of the crime. But that doesn't make sense! The good detective of Scotland Yard made the following request of me, and I quote vertebrum. Vertebratum? We need you to ascertain the identity and whereabouts of a man seen fleeing the crime scene. Ah, a man seen fleeing. There were a number of books scattered on the pavement at the scene. Oh my god, he dropped his books, so he was carrying the books. From the book plates, I was quickly able to determine the bookshop from which they had been purchased. On speaking with the proprietor, I was immediately led to this address. Elementary, wouldn't you say? I believe there is a receipt around here somewhere from the establishment in question. So you don't think Mr. Natsumi is the culprit, then? That I could not tell you. But it was aggravating my faculties, hence why I returned here. However, this place is such a trove of fascinating books, I find myself quite lost in bibliography. Do not be deceived in believing that I am a man of leisure. No, no, no. Oh dear. So even he doesn't think he did it, then. And in some sense. Ah, tell me. Have you encountered the landlord of these lodgings? Yes, Mr. Garydeb, a retired military man. And I don't trust him. It was the first time I've ever met a soldier from the Great British Institution that is the services. And it's the first time I've ever met a maid from the Great British Institution that is service. I didn't think it was that funny. I do apologize. As you may well be aware, many households in London employ a maid. Yes, I read as much in my Great Britain primer. And so, conversely, whether or not a household employs a maid has come to betoken the social standing of those dwellings within. Betoken their social standing? Sorry? Put simply, my dear fellow, those who employ at least a single maid are considered middle class, those who do not are beneath that. In the upper echelons of society, of course, households employ enough staff to constitute a large family. Goodness, how extraordinary. As you can appreciate, for those on the precarious boundary between the middle and lower class, being able to afford just one maid is of the first importance. I had no idea. Would you guys ever hire a maid or a butler? I thought about that, but only for like cooking purposes, I guess. So much like cleaning purposes. And it is for precisely that reason. If that's the case, I would just hire a chef then. And it is for precisely that reason that I find great stimulation in the situation upstairs. Specifically in the retired army veteran, Mr. John Garydeb. Oh. Affable as he is, the fellow is hiding something. We could definitely have told you that. Whether or not it imposes on the circumstances of this case, I am as yet unable to ascertain. I'm thoroughly lost into what he means to say. Come on. Keep up, man. Keep up. The dingy room. This room is thoroughly suffocating for the soul, my dear fellow. I assure you, any man whose lot is to dwell in a place such as this will stab somebody sooner or later. Mr. Natsumi has stabbed no one. But sooner or later, as I said. I don't believe that's the issue here. About this dark little room, Mr. Sholmes. Why is there no longer a window? Do you have any idea? No window? Well, I mean, I can clearly see there is a window of sorts. But it's been completely blocked with bricks. I see. The answer to that question is quite simple. Window tax. What? Window tax? What is that? Surely, not a tax on windows. Precisely that. Oh my goodness! The fuck kind of communist state is that? Until relatively recently, a tax was levied on households in this country by the number of their windows? I beg your fucking pardon? Those of lesser means, having inherited a sizable and costly family home, perhaps, rapidly closed windows up, while the rich opened windows here, there, and everywhere, in an effort to curry favor with those in power by furnishing them with large sums of tax money. How awful and unjust, forcing people to live in rooms devoid of light. Indeed, disease was rife as a result. So some 40 years ago or thereabouts, the window tax was abolished. The fuck, there is actually a window tax? There's no way. Hold on, I have to look this up. Britain, oh my god, don't tell me that. Oh my god, it's actually real. This tax was first imposed in England in 1696. It was intended to be a progressive tax in that houses with a smaller number of windows, initially 10, were subject to a 2-shilling house but exempt from the window tax. What in the fuck? Houses with more than 10 windows were liable for additional taxes, which increased in line with the number of windows. The poorest, who were more likely to live in houses with fewer windows, were therefore in theory taxed less. This principle generally worked when applied to the rural poor, but failed to alleviate the tax burden on the urban poor. In towns and cities, it was unusual for the working class to live in individual homes. They would usually live in large tenement buildings which, however they had been subdivided, were considered to be one dwelling house under the terms of the tax, and therefore subject to heavy window tax assessments. What the fuck? The window tax was actually real? As it was the landlord, as the property owner who was subject to the tax, windows in tenement buildings were often boarded up, and new buildings were constructed without sufficient window accommodation. The interpretation of the tax was also very strict. No definition of a window was included in the legislation, and intended to be interpreted in such a way as to include the smallest of openings in any wall. In some cases, even perforated grates and larders were charged as they were a large window. Not only did tenants suffer as a result of inadequate ventilation in the living quarters, invariably the cost of the window tax that were imposed were passed on to the residents in heavier rents. The impact on the tax can be seen, in fact, that in 1766, when the tax was extended to include houses with 7 or more windows, the number of houses in England and Wales with exactly 7 windows reduced by nearly 2/3. The negative impact on the tax on health was well known from the early 18th century, and was written about in pamphlets and popular ballads. Those living in accommodation without sufficient light and ventilation were more subject to epidemics of typhus, smallpox, and cholera. Oh my god. According to the Dr. B. Ride's report on the Sanitary Report of Sunderland, published in 1845, the local health committee have witnessed the very evil effect and operation of the window tax, and they do not hesitate to declare that it is their unanimous opinion that blocking up numerous windows caused by anxiety of their owners escaping the payment of tax has, in very many instances, greatly aggravated and has even, in some cases, been the primary cause of much sickness and mortality. Although deeply unpopular, the tax survived until the mid-19th century. The negative effects of the lack of adequate light and ventilation were becoming so well documented that a popular campaign against the tax began to gain strength. A motion to repeal the tax failed by 3 votes in April 1850. A national campaign against the tax followed throughout 1850 and 1851, and it is against this background that Sunderland's petition had been seen. The tax was repealed in 1851. Oh my god. It's about the window tax. I did not believe that there was actually a window tax, but it was actually a fucking thing. That's disgusting. Thought you were reading the game? No. I was reading an article on Google about it. From the Parliament.uk about the window tax. I'm actually shocked to even read that. Who the fuck comes up with that? A window tax? Is that even greedy? But its legacy remains, as you can see, in squalid lodgings such as these, for example. I suppose Mr. Natsumi's stipend for living here in London isn't very generous, perhaps. It would appear so. I had done a little digging, and discovered that these lodgings were offered at an extraordinarily low price. Because the room is so awful, I should think. Apparently, Mr. Natsumi only moved in here about 1 week ago. Yes, that's correct. However, I don't believe the low rent is explained by the shabby nature of the accommodation. Oh? Still, that is of little relevance here, a matter not worthy of further attention. Are you sure? I'm curious now. Oh, there's my mouse. Hi, mouse. Well, I believe I've told you all I can now. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Was it not your intention to become a practitioner of law? You remembered that, did you? Will you perhaps be offering your services to this very matter, I wonder? The occupant of this room, Mr. Natsumi, was it? I'm not sure. Not sure? On what grounds? Well, I actually defended someone in court here only yesterday. Really? Oh then, I congratulate you, sir, on an ambition realized, and so promptly, too. The thing is, it's really made me question things. Am I right to believe in my clients? To trust in their innocence? Yes, trust. Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Natsumi didn't do it, did he? My dear fellow, I haven't the first idea. Oh, but I thought that's why you were here. Didn't you come back to investigate? Ah, yes, that was indeed my initial intention. But there are simply too many fascinating books here. I couldn't possibly ignore them. Oh, I see. Nevertheless, there are two facts that I can state quite unequivocally. The man who fled the scene of the crime 2 days ago was the Japanese occupant of this room, and there are witnesses who swear to have seen the same man commit the crime. That is all I can say. So he knows the facts of the case as they are currently. Ah, and one more thing. Oh, what is it, Mr. Sholmes? Tell us. I cannot say with any certainty whether or not it is the relevance of this case, but I am quite sure that the retired army man who owns this property is hiding something. Mr. Garrideb is... Mr. Soames said as much before, actually, didn't he? Even I could tell that fucker's hiding something. But I don't think he's the one pulling the strings. I get the feeling the maid's pulling the strings. Anyway, at present, that is really all that plays on my mind in relation to this case. Mr. Naruhodo, as yet, our investigations have uncovered nothing that could help us establish Mr. Natsumi's innocence. No, you're right. Perhaps it's time we probed a little deeper into Mr. Garrideb's secret. Just remember, I cannot be sure whether the landlord's secret will prove to be of relevance or not. But I wish you every success, of course, Mr. Naruhodo. You know, I didn't like this guy at first, but it kinda grew on me. A busy man indeed. He's gone back to his to his book in the corner of the room. Alright, let's go see about Mr. Garrideb. See if he might talk to us about something. Even more JoJo poses. Maybe I should, like... Maybe we should watch anime on the weekdays or something. Knock out as much JoJo this week or something. But I like Terraria and Cyberpunk, though. Actually, Terraria and Cyberpunk are actually almost done. Now that I'm thinking about that. Cyberpunk might have, like, 2-3 streams more. It's a sign. Terraria, we are in the last throes of the remaining bosses. Undertale Yellow next. I probably should do Undertale Yellow for sure. The only problem is I don't stream anymore in the mornings. It would all have to be at night, so yeah. That's the only downer. At least the VODs are there. Ah, you pair again. Tell me, was the detective chap, I forget his name, still hard at work down there? Mr. Herlock Sholmes? Ah, yes, rings a vague bell. All that detective misses isn't really my thing, I'm afraid. Well, Mr. Sholmes is in his element down there. Really good show. Another cup of tea, if you please, Joan. I fucking knew it. For the upteenth time, woman, will you watch what you're bally well doing? I shall be serving dinner shortly, sir. Ah, yes, of course. Frightfully rude of me, but I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to take your leave if you'd be so kind. Oh, yes, of course. We are deeply grateful for all your assistance. Not at all, not at all. Don't get much chance to talk with young foreigners like yourselves. It's been a pleasure. Best of luck and all that. Perhaps you could see yourselves out. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garrideb is hiding something. And since no other avenues of investigation seem open to us at the moment, perhaps we should do some digging. But how? There's only one thing I can think of right now, and it's with regards to this damn thing he's hiding behind here. I see there's a dresser behind there, but that's it. They're not gonna say anything. Nope, there's nothing there. Hold on, maybe I can, like, present something to him. Can I present something to him? No. Doesn't even let me present anything. Yeah, nothing there. There's no way to get them to say anything, is there? How would I do any digging, then? What the... What the fuck is he doing here? Hello? Ah, what's he doing over there? How did he even get in here? How did he go so unnoticed? Mr. Sholmes! Aha! We meet again, my dear fellows. Good gracious! When did you sneak in here? Herlock Sholmes, sir, at your service. Whatever were you doing over by the window? I'm given to watching the evening sky as the sun sets, madam. Yet sadly, cheerful as the room downstairs undoubtedly is, it lacks an aperture for such observation. So I took the liberty of borrowing a small corner of space by the window up here. Man, you are so sneaky. Well, keeping an eye on one's window at dusk is the prudent thing to do in London, I'm gathering. How the fuck did he get in here? I don't know. This guy is a ninja. He's a fucking ninja. Ah, and one other thing, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, me? I thought perhaps you might be in need of a certain great detective's great mind. Wait, he's not talking about... Is he? I didn't expect to be going through that again so soon. You mean Mr. Sholmes? There is a mighty secret in this modest room. My eyes see even the most trivial of trifles. I take it you're prepared, Mr. Naruhodo. I think so. There is just time enough for one of my greatly admired great deductions. Let us conclude the matter before dark. Mr. Garrideb, though it would seem you are a military man of considerably distinguished service, your standing as a landlord is most certainly not what might call first-rate. I'm afraid, sir, that it is all too clear to me. There are two conclusions I have been able to draw by careful observation of your living arrangements. I beg your pardon. The first is that even as we speak, you are concealing the presence of a ferocious beast in your care. Eh? And the second is that as a result of the beast's violent rampage, you have lost something very dear to you. You talking about the cat? Mr. Naruhodo, look! The old man's broken out into cold sweat. Unbelievably, it seems Mr. Sholmes' conclusions are both spot on. How? How could you possibly... How could I possibly know, you mean to inquire? The answer could be simpler, sir. For in the dense jungle of logic and reasoning, I am the king of beasts. Ah! And I know only too well that wild beasts are not easily tamed. Zoe's not easily tamed. So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Well, a great deduction. The game is afoot. Topic 1. Nature of the beast. It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see that a fearsome beast has been on a rampage of late within these four walls. Thus, we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take? For a man with a military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Aye. Your furtive glance, Mr. Garridub, leads us directly to the answer. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by the lion statue. Oh. It's not the lion. Yes, though an army man, you appear imposing at best. A fact that has fueled your admiration for the mighty lion, the king of beasts. What is this piffle, I ask you? In the end, your admiration became so great, in fact, that you had a living, breathing specimen shipped from India, which you tried to keep in this very house. What? Yet living with such a wild beast proved more difficult than you had imagined. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well, yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madam? Me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me with one glance in your direction. It is? Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue as to your beast's current whereabouts. Well, apparently it's not the dress pocket. For protruding from its handbill advertising a circus show. Yes, you sought to dispose of this terrifying lion, Mr. Garrideb, at Batty's Circus, a traveling show currently sojourning in the nearby park. I have observed the tents. You sold the savage lion, sir, to the circus troupe. I most certainly did not. I believe I have made my point. The fearsome beast which ran amok in this room was an Indian lion, and a simple visit to the circus now revealed the lion prancing jablutantly around through a ring of fire. I mean, I love the idea of it, but that's so far from the truth. But close. Aftermath. Now, Mr. Garrideb, it is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, in that blithe pose, the distress this loss has caused you is veritably tangible. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that supporting arm. Amid fits of tears, you let your beloved beast go. The strain of losing something so dear to you is clearly visible in your visage. Nonsense, man, I simply... But what, we must now ask ourselves, is the true cause of this pain? And we only need follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it is this pile of bills that has given rise to the pain you suffer. I mean, I would be suffering pain from bills. Every envelope contains another demand for payment. For cart loads of meat, potatoes, wheat, and tea. Indeed, feeding your beloved has had a devastating impact on the financial circumstances of your household. And so you had no choice but to let it go. Yes, well, Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? The aftermath of which can be clearly seen observing the carpet over there. A very expensive rolling carpet, if I'm not mistaken. Oh dearie me, what could have caused such a destructive outburst? This time, madam, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we only need to look at the Tower of Cakes. You're in the right direction, but you meant the candle. There is no creature more dangerous on this earth than a beast with an unsatiated appetite. Was it or was it not once said by a certain noblewoman, if they have no bread, let them eat cake? What? Food is at the heart of all tragedy, in fact. Whatever do you mean? Having tired of the taste of cake, the beast began to stalk its next prey. I'm sure I need not spell out the nature of this final act of destruction carried out by the beast. There's only one logical conclusion. Worked into a frenzy by hunger, the lion attacked and ate the carpet. The teeth marks on the carpet are a perfect match with those of a lion I once saw in India. But this is way off. Carpet gnawed on by the starving lion. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this beastly puzzle. Man, you are off there. By a fair bit. What is the matter with you, Joan? You're pouring scalding hot tea all over me. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Gary Deb. I'm afraid I didn't notice. My deductions can be startlingly sharp. It stands to reason that your cup runneth over. Indeed, my revelations can make people spill tears at times, too. Oh. Mr. Sholmes, sorry to butt in again, but could I make an observation? Why, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it, again? Well, your deductions just now. Do you really think a lion could have fit inside a room of this size? Indeed, it is the only explanation of the facts. The terrifying truth all too often lies beyond the realm of common sense. But wouldn't it be an idea to consider what lies inside the realm of common sense as well? But if an uncaged lion ran amok in this very room, surely Mr. Garrideb and his maid would have been hurt, or worse. Ah, that's where you are stuck. No doubt the former military man held his own against the beast using that large cannon. Oh my fucking god. I thought you said they sold the lion to the circus. And what about the food? Meat and potatoes are one thing. But I don't believe I ever heard of a lion that drinks tea. Ah, my dearest Miss Susato, it occurs to me with some regularity that irrespective of race and breeding, whenever anyone lands on great British soil, they are infused with a highly appropriate taste for afternoon tea. Aww. So, Bomb, if we ever go to London, then, will we have a high desire for tea? Oh, what a glorious notion. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's your turn to shine again. I had a feeling that was coming. A slight massage. That's all Mr. Sholmes' deductions need. You can do it. Gonna need a little bit more than that. Excellent. I've been waiting for my trusty partner in deduction to step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. We don't even know yet whether or not this is gonna help with Mr. Natsumi's case. Still, uncovering the truth is always worthwhile. Whatever the motivation. At least, that's what I want to believe. Let us start again from the beginning of Herlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Alright, let's try to fix this jumble of mess. Course correction! Hold it, Mr. Sholmes! I still think it's the damn cat, though. The only reason. Only thing that makes sense. It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see that a fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these four walls. Ba-dum-bum. Thus, we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take? Ah, for a man with the military breeding, blah 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 blah. Let's calm my throat down a bit. I really didn't see the lion thing coming. No, but if you observe Mr. Garrideb's reaction, it rather seems as though some beast did indeed run amok here in this room. Yes, something with a very fierce nature. But it couldn't have been a lion transported from India. So what was it then? We must follow Mr. Garrideb's gaze. That will lead us to the true answer. What is that photograph frame? The only thing that makes sense is, at least in my head, is whatever the heck that photograph frame is. What am I looking at there? I mean, it could also be the damn mortar shell, but I think it's the frame. But it could also be the mortar shell. I can't turn anywhere else.
Take that!
Behind the lion statue on the mantelpiece, almost deliberately hidden from view, is a photograph. Though I have yet to examine it in detail, I can assure you that it holds the answer. Because I'm employing an extremely advanced detection technique called jumping to conclusions, you see? So I'm wrong then. What spectacular contrived logic led you to this mindless conclusion? Oh, well, it's supposed to be logic and reasoning spectacular, so I thought I'd contribute to the show. This is my show, Mr. Naruhodo. Call you perform any peculiar experiments on your own stage. Okay, so I was wrong. So it is the... Well, what do we know with some certainty is that destructive features have been working in this room. And then Mr. Garrideb inadvertently looked in the direction of something that gives its identity away. Yes, if we investigate thoroughly enough, we ought to find the answer. What did Mr. Garrideb turn to look at? It's here somewhere, simply need to look at it. Okay, I guess the only thing is the mortar shell, because there's literally nothing else to tap.
Take that!
I didn't think it was the mortar shells, though. The true identity of the beast that tore this room apart is these shells. If their butter wouldn't melt, accomplish the cannon. But war is good for nothing, it brings only destruction, something we must all strive to understand. What spectacularly I got it wrong again. How? I don't understand. How? There's no way we'd be looking at the lion. What? What? But that doesn't make sense. They don't... Huh? Well, I don't trust that. The insults, though. There's literally nothing else here. How? I am... I'm so confused. I am actually super confused. Is there even anything I can, like, poke at? Does anyone know what I'm trying to poke at? Because I don't know what I'm trying to poke at right now. There's only 3 things I can poke at. It's a mortar shell, a lion statue, and a photograph frame. How is there anything else? Am I fucking missing something here? I can't turn the camera any further than this. I can't go up or down. I don't get it. I actually don't legitimately understand. I agree, Zoe. I'm lost. I don't know. I actually just don't legitimately don't know what I'm looking for. I was kind of hoping there'd be like something here I could poke at, but like, I legitimately just don't see anything. Huh? I can push A this entire time? What's this photograph? It appears to be from Mr. Garrideb's wedding. He looks very happy, doesn't he? He does, but you can't make out his bride. No, how unfortunate. Something must have struck the glass directly over the woman's face. I wonder what happened. Probably best not to delve too deeply there. Glass is broken, so you can't see the bride's face at all, but no amount of cracks could hide the woman's plump form. I think powerful would be kinder than plump, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, she certainly looks that. There's a lot of horsepower there. Not someone you'd want to upset, that's for sure. Oh look, have you noticed the wedding ring? It's very large, isn't it? Yes, that's an unusual design. It looks like some sort of embellished sunflower. This must have been Mr. Garrideb was still in the army. He seems to be carrying his rather stout bride effortlessly and beaming a smile at the same time. I suppose he was very strong in his younger years. Hard to imagine now, he's as thin as a rake. Well, this is the lion statue Mr. Soames picked out. Yes, I wonder, perhaps if you did live with a lion, it would prove to be rather a sweet companion. I think that's like a mouse trying to tell its family that the cat around the house is sweet. I suppose it is a bit of a flight of fancy, isn't it? Anyway, the beast we're looking for is something else. Let's have a good look around. These shells are for the cannon, are they? What a strange place to keep them. I imagine they have some significance to Mr. Garrideb from his time in the army. Ah, of course, he mentioned the battle to us before, didn't he? Do you remember, he said that he'd been shot in the knee. Perhaps it was one of those that hit him? If around that size that hit his knee, there'd be nothing left of it, or Mr. Garrideb for that matter. Mr. Soames has a Persian slipper, and this man has spent shells. Perhaps it's customary in Britain to display, well, rubbish on the mantelpiece. I bet if I click the other one too, it's the same thing. Yeah. The only thing I can do is look at the fucking photograph. I'm gonna present the web. I'm gonna present that one. That one works! That is so dumb. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by the newlywed bride. Precisely, Mr. Narho. No other explanation could possibly fit. Yes, this frame print pictures your wife, Mr. Garrideb. And while we lament the fact that her face is obscured, we can still make out her mighty arms and note the considerable horsepower they must contain. Oh, indeed, surely any woman of such powerful constitution would be honored to be described as a beast. Honored might be stretching a point. Too late. The fact remains that the beast, which was so clearly savage this room, was your wife, Mr. Garrideb. Ouch. Wait, does he have a slap mark on his face? I just noticed that. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well. Yet, as we look around, the beast question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madam? Me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me with one glance in your direction. It is? Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue to the beast's current whereabouts. The poor, fragile, defenseless woman is beside herself. Well, I don't know about fragile. Oh, dear. Anyway, Mr. Soames is quite right. There's no signs of Mrs. Garrideb anywhere. But it seems there may be a clue as to her whereabouts. A clue that this maid is trying to hide. I wonder where Mr. Garrideb's wife could be. I could look in the entire fucking room, too. It's actually kind of neat. But I was more curious about what is actually in her pocket. That certainly does appear to be a circus handbill poking out from her pocket. Batty Circus, currently performing shows in the park not far from here. You don't think Surely Mr. Garrett didn't sell his wife to the circus. Mr. Naruto, how could you even think of such a thing? I was only joking. Besides, I would have gone with, do you think he fed her to this pet lion? That's somehow worse. Well, yeah, that's very much worse. Oh, hey. Well, this makes a hot lot more sense now, doesn't it? She's wearing a very large ring, look. Oh yes, a sunflower design with some rather nice embellishments. And it's on the ring finger of her left hand, which means it's surely a wedding ring. It looks like it's on there for life, too. I can't imagine it would slide off a finger of that size. That's something to think, Mr. Naruto. No, not to say. You know, Mr. Garredeb's wife in the photograph had a ring very much like this one? It was a large sunflower design as well. Really? You have a great memory for these things. A large sunflower wedding ring. It's quite a coincidence they have the same ring, isn't it? That's like the one thing I'm gonna look at and present.
Take that!
So this is the wife? Your wedding ring gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. Ah. Indeed it does. That flowery band gleaming on your finger gives you away. For it is identical to the one shown on the hand of Mr. Garredeb's wife in this photographic print. In other words, you are no ordinary household maid. No. You are Mr. Garredeb's lucky bride. You are Mrs. Garredeb herself. Oh my. Word! I can't say the word that long. Or not loudly. Well, jolly fine detecting, sir. As you rightly surmised, this is the wife, yes, my Joan. Rather let herself go, you might say, but she was a bally corker. You deserve that one. It would appear that you don't live in the most comfortable of circumstances. After all, you are a retired army man, yet you are in the business of renting out rooms. Tisk. I would assume, therefore, you have insufficient means to employ a maid. Would that be correct? It's not right, I tell you. I was 2nd Lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment. A man has his pride, don't you know? By golly, it's a sorry thing when a chap can't even afford to have a single maid in his employ. Yes, here in London, one is rather judged. A household cannot be considered worthy of society if it employs no staff at all. Though in my considered opinion, such concerns about appearances are a folly. You mean Mr. Garredeb has his wife work as his maid? Precisely. Am I right, Mr. Garredeb? Only in company, obviously, but listen here. This must remain a secret. Tip-top secret, please. The raging wife of Mr. Garredeb. Wow. No chill. None. Now, Mr. Garredeb. Okay, I was expecting a fucking cat, not a wife. It is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, in that blithe pose, the distress this loss has caused you is veritably tangible. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that supporting arm. Close, but there's a slap on his face. Mr. Sholmes is quite something. He's still calling Mr. Garredeb's wife a beast. Yes, as a woman, that feels rather uncomfortable. But Mr. Garredeb is standing beside her husband as we speak. In other words, he hasn't lost his beloved at all, has he? Oh, how true. But perhaps that supporting arm seems to be propping up his head? Has some other significance, then. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garredeb's pain is tangible, though. What could that pose of his really signify? That slapped, dude. Look at that slapped cheek. I saw it earlier. I'm like, did he get slapped? Oh my, look at that bright red mark. Gosh, that's quite something, and clearly made by somebody's hand. Yes, Mr. Garredeb has been slapped on the face, it seems. Hard. I've never seen such a clearly defined mark. Whoever could have done such a thing? Well, there's a very limited number of candidates, I'd say.
Take that!
Poor guy was slapped, like, real hard. Like, if you take a look at that emote I have there, this guy was slapped real fucking hard. That's the kind of power right there that I'm thinking of. God damn. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that slapped cheek. And, of course, the deliverer of that impressive mark on your cheek that refuses to fade was you, Madame Joan Garrideb. Well, yes. You have been desperate to hide the slap mark on your cheek, sir. That pose is how I saw the slap mark. How the blazes. How did you work that out, man? Nothing escapes the notice of one trained in the art of observation, my dear fellow. That's why you haven't looked directly at us even once. To keep your other side from view. Well, Now, let us proceed to the next conundrum. Why were you subjected to such a violent slap? In other words, we must ask ourselves what caused Madame Garib to fly into a rage. And we need only follow the direction of your gaze. Yep, let's just skip through that. Bells. Didn't Mr. Sholmes say that the bills were all for the lion fodder? Yes, but now we've established that the lion never existed, which can only mean that the thing responsible for gobbling up all that food was Mr. Garrideb's wife. Mr. Naruhodo, she's a person, not a thing. My fucking god. They're throwing her under the bus. Not once, not twice, not 3 times, but this is like the 4th time they've jabbed her under the bus. Yes, well, she's also a person who gave her husband a mighty slap round the face. One so hard to lift a perfect hand mark, in fact. Yes, why would a woman want to hit her husband with such force, I wonder? I'd love to know the answer to that question. What about that bookmark? That's a bookmark? Oh my god. What's that bookmark say? Ah, someone must be reading this book at the moment. There's a bookmark here, look. Mr. Garrideb is clearly an avid reader. Oh, wait a minute. I don't think this is a bookmark. Oh no, so it isn't. It's a note written in a woman's hand. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Oh, and look next to the signature here. Lip marks made with lipstick. Oh, what a passionate and romantic gesture. Don't get any ideas, Susato-san. Oh dear, I'm sorry. So this bookmark is actually a love note then. Well, that's clearly what it is. I'm curious about the other stuff, though, before we move on and present that one. Oh dear, this plate has been smashed to pieces, and nobody seems inclined to tidy up the mess. Perhaps in some sort of high art? Really, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, anyone who has a cannon on display in their living room is clearly a little eccentric. Yes, let's call it eccentricity. I mean, bills would give anyone pain, really being honest here. Looking at these bills, it certainly amounts to a great deal of food. Meat and potatoes by the cartload, wasn't it? Well, looking at the 2 of them, you can tell immediately who eats the lion's share. You can tell immediately who eats the lion's share in this household. This is like the 5th time now they're throwing her under the bus. Well, at least we're no longer talking about an actual lion anymore. Anything else I can look at? Yeah, a stack of books. There are a lot of books stacked up on the shelf here. Look, all novels that I've never heard of. It appears somebody has purchased them from a second-hand bookshop. I think Mr. Garrideb is something of a book lover. Yep, nothing else.
Take that!
Fucking love note. So what's the love note about, man? Ah. Yes, it is this love note that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Oh, James, I love you. I love you. Yours, Mary. Passionate indeed. Perhaps the sender of this note, a certain Miss Mary, is the fly in the ointment here. Look at that pissed off face she's got. But I don't know the Bali woman. You don't know her? That note wasn't written to me. It was just in the book. I don't know how it got there. It was just in there, you say? That's right. That's what I've been... A likely story. Now listen here, Joan, old thing. I explained at the time. I bought the book at that second-hand place, and that note must have already been in there. So, the previous owner of the book was using the note as a bookmark, you mean? That's right. That's what I've been saying. Ah! A likely story. For heaven's sake, woman, look at the name. It's written to James. My name, in case you'd forgotten, is John. Ah! A likely story. Are you questioning my name now? Oh my god. This guy is getting no fucking, no mercy. And there we have it. Arouse the suspicions of the female heart and you unleash a beast with a most ferocious bite. Ugh. Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? The aftermath. Yeah, she burned it with a candle, that's what she did. Oh dearie me. What could have caused such a destructive outburst? This time, madam, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eye has started upon the answer very neatly. It's not the cake, that's for sure, it's the candle. The missing candle, for that matter. But surely Mrs. Garibib didn't eat the carpet. No, of course not. But there doesn't seem to be any doubt that the state of disarray that this room is in is a result of her wild temper. No, that's true. So this is the last part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction that we need to fix. We only need to follow Miss Garibib's gaze, and that will tell us the real answer. The cake burned the carpet. If cake burns carpet, I never want to eat a piece of cake again. Alright, let's see what we can see. I missed what that said. Anyway, candle. This looks like a very old candlestick, doesn't it? The base looks too small. Surely it's very unstable. It looks to me like even the slightest knock could make it topple over. Oh dear, that would be dangerous. Wait, take a closer look at this. There's one candle missing. Dora, Dora, Dora the Explorer. It's missing a fucking candle, just so you know. Yes, I didn't notice that before. Why is that, I wonder? Why is the one candle 3 missing from its holder? I tried to point that out when I was down there. Carpet here has been ripped to shreds. Yes, and according to Mr. Sholmes' deduction, the tears match those made by an Indian lion's teeth. That is interesting still to me. How does he know that, though? Oh, look here. What is it? If you look closely at the edge, you can see scorch marks. Oh, yes, so you can. In that case, perhaps the carpet wasn't eaten in the normal sense at all. Let's rethink this with that in mind. It doesn't let me poke the candle, for the record. Really, the only thing I could poke at would be, I mean, the only thing I can poke up is the candlestick. Because I can't poke at that, doesn't make sense. So, candlestick.
Take that!
Candlestick. Film. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the candlestick. Most illuminating, my dear fellow, and of course the only possible way out of this logical labyrinth. Yes, the remnants of a ferocious attack in which the carpet was devoured are clearly visible. Indeed they are. The scorch marks at the edge clearly give away the truth away. Scorch marks? It would appear that this room was the scene of a little marital altercation. Yeah, let's call it that. Mrs. Garrideb's mighty arm muscles left an impression not only on her husband's face, but on the entire room. The force of her strike caused a candle to fall from the holder. And in seconds, the carpet was alight and the whole corner of the room in flames. Yes, For the most ferocious beast in this world is neither a violent lion nor a vengeful woman, but fire. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Poetic, in a way. And in this room, that ferocious beast bared its claws and ran amok. Eloquently put, my dear fellow. So you see, there is but one conclusion here. After the sparks of marital discord flew, this room was a scene of a fire. Oh, you can get up. That was not what I was expecting to see happen. Mr. Sholmes, sir. I salute you! Bye. Oh, wow. Damn, you're good. Carpet scorched by a small fire. Solved. That first deduction, though, was messing me up because I didn't think I was supposed to examine the items in question. It's these dashed long winter nights, you know, nothing to do but read in front of the fire. Luckily, there's a jolly good secondhand bookshop just around the corner. Buy all my old novels there. And in the pages of one particular novel, you discovered some rather illicit material, for which your wife admonished you harshly, it seems. Don't know about admonish. Demolish might be rather closer to the mark. And beast is most certainly an apt... Here we go again. And the carpet? Was that destroyed by fire when the candle fell on the floor? Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. It was caught between the old stick's rage and the raging flames. You paint a torrid picture, sir. One that would have been one of them would have been most entertaining. That's sympathy for you. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. We'd had to hide the mess behind that screen for the time being. Can I see behind the screen, then? Over here, Mr. Garrideb? Well, you have nothing more to hide now, if you'll allow me. Damn. That did some damage. Had all my favorite old novels in that case, but as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke. Gosh. Then the wife started hurling things at me. What a terrible sight it must have been. There was I, back up against the window under heavy fire, incendiary books coming 10 to the dozen. Worst of it is I lost my favorite book called The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride? Ah, yes, your notorious love of big cats coming through again. I assure you, the title didn't influence my choice in the slightest. So the poor man really did lose something dear to him as a result of the ferocious beast's rampage. Mr. Sholmes' deductions turned out to be the correct once again. Can only be described as a great British wonder. I tell you, it was total carnage. Flames everywhere and the old stick in the fuel full fettle. Out of interest, what time of day was that? Not sure I can remember. It was 2 days ago now. Let's see. Around 5 o'clock, I think. So at exactly the same time as a terrifying incident was unfolding outside your window on the street below. Even more terrifying on the inside, I can assure you. The whole of Blighty could have been flattened outside my window at that moment, and I wouldn't have noticed a dash thing. Oh, really? Mr. Sholmes? Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, what can I do for you? Well, I think we've got to the bottom of Mr. Garrideb's situation now. But what does it have to do with Mr. Natsumi's circumstances? I can't help you there, I'm afraid. What? My dear fellow, if you recall, I did say as much from the outset. I warned you that although I knew the retired army man to be hiding something, I could not be sure whether his secret would prove to be of relevance or not. He wasn't lying about that. I just knew you were going to say that. Now, Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't lose heart. Bear in mind that all things fall into one of only two categories, those relevant to the case and those not. That makes no sense to me. Come on, it's obvious, man. Well, no matter. It is of far greater importance that you make up your mind now. Sorry? Visiting hours at the prison will soon be over. Oh no, it is at that time already. If we're to accept Mr. Natsumi's case, we have official paperwork to attend to. So that's it. No more time to think. Perhaps you'd like to betake yourselves to bidding us farewell now. I must prepare supper for Mr. Garrideb. Oh yes, I'm so sorry. Thank you both very much for your time. The Seki-san will be waiting for us, and I'm gonna have to give him an answer. Before we go, we have the opportunity to look at this now. What a miserable sight. Oh dear, but at least the whole room wasn't engulfed in flames. I suppose so. But my whole collection went up in smoke, you know? All those novels I adored so much. Tisk, well, John, whose fault is that? Not mine, that's for sure. Well, whoever may or may not be to blame, I'm quite sure you can buy some new old books to replace them, can't you? New old books. Bally nonsense. Does sound like a contradiction in terms, but then these two are full of contradictions. That's couples for you, Mr. Naruhodo, or so I've been led to believe. Haven't the faintest idea what that means. Alright, let's move over to the prison then. And let's go and talk to, let's go see what this guy is up to. Being stuck in prison. Oh, this is not the prison. Briar Road. It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. We must hurry back to the prison. Yes, I know. Let's hail a care. Oh. What's the matter? It looks like something's going on over there in front of the Garrideb's house. Who the fuck is this? I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers. Who are you calling an old man, you rum-looking miminy-piminy? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. Who's this Horatio fella, eh? What are you on about? Guy looks like Popeye. Excuse me? Discount Popeye? Eh? What the? Who are you now? I'm sorry, it just looked as though there might be some problem here. And my associate here, Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, is a lawyer. A lawyer, you see? Eh? A lawyer? What? If I can be of any assistance, I'd be happy to help. I'm from Japan, but I've studied English law. Tisk! Fine, I'll be on me way for today, but you mark my words. This ain't over yet. What is it with these JoJo poses, dude? It's a lot of JoJo today. And we haven't even got to watch JoJo. William Shakespeare? Get thee to a nunnery. Do I look like a bloomin' nun to you? Is that actually... Don't tell me that's actually Shakespeare. I do hope you're not injured. Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so gentle, thank you. What was that all about? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. I'm not Horatio either. Horatio? This guy is ratioing me? Stop ratioing me. Forgive the inquiry, sir, but are you a lodger here in the Garrideb residence? Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so right. Yes, I do dwell in this humble abode. Mr. Garrideb mentioned that he did have another lodger, didn't he? This must be the man. Do you happen to know the other lodger who lives on the first floor? Ah, yes, a gentleman named Natsumi. Oh, more worthy of a poemist in my battle of words ne'er could be there. Sorry, battle, did you say? Who is the stronger, Hamlet or Macbeth? Mr. Natsumi and I sparred long into the night. I see. I don't fully understand, but it seems Mr. Natsumi and this gentleman are acquaintances at least. So, fair maiden. So, good gentleman. I can tarry here no longer. Fare thee well. He really is like Shakespeare. You know, I was having a tough time reading what he was saying. I didn't really understand him, but I think he's returned to his room. It seems he's unaware of what's happened to Mr. Natsumi, so he can't really help us. With Soseki-san and that man as lodgers, the Garrydip house is certainly full of eccentric. Egg. Hi, swag. Yes, egg. Egg. Anyway, I'll go find a carriage. Yes, I'm sure Mr. Natsumi is eagerly awaiting our return. Let's hope we can get to the prison before visiting hours are over. Oh, my throat. I'm starting to lose my voice a little bit. Edgeworth got Supreme now? Oh my fucking god. I would take Edgeworth over that William Shakespeare thing. However, I want to see more of Discount Popeye. Because that guy seems a lot more interesting to me. Oh, it's you! You're here! You came! Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I can't believe you came back! I'm so touched! God, it's gonna kill my throat. We are so sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Natsumi. Oh no, think nothing of it. Relax. If I were a cat, I would purr with pleasure at the company of such fine compatriots. Speaking of purring, hi Zoe, you wanna purr? Or are you just busy, like, running around? Noble, nurturing, never-failing Nipponese. I really don't like the word Nipponese. I don't know why I don't like the word. I just feel like it's offensive. Am I wrong for thinking that word feels a little offensive? My cat is currently in front of me, and I can't see what's happening. Is actually... Wait, okay, I'm curious about this. I already read about the stupid window tax. Nipponese versus Japanese. What's the difference? They're sort of the same word, at least in writing. That word for Nippon is older and more former pronunciation, being the combination of Nichi, day or sun, and Han, origin. Oh! Oh, it's for showing respect! In Stevenson's books, Japan is often a world power. Referring to Japan as Nippon or Japanese as Nipponese is a way of showing respect. Also because Japanese tech and software is used by a lot of people, there would be a lot more contact with Japanese language who would use the word Nippon for their own country. He also uses a lot of other Japanese words, and I'm not going to try and say them because I'll try and butcher them. That's actually good to know. I thought that was, I thought it was offensive, but no, it's actually a sign of respect. Well, there you go. Reading definitely did wonders there. Again. Zoe, stop being in the way. Offensive version? Is it actually offensive? Because even this man who's Japanese said it. He says he's Japanese. Oh, now let's not get carried away. Oh, I quite agree. Huh? There is nothing more reassuring than the familiarity of one's native land. On the other hand, it is through friendships transcending international borders that one truly appreciates the fact, how is this man always here? This guy is like a fucking... How did you get here, Sholmes? Such is my belief, at least. Oh, it's you! The miserable, rotten spy! Herlock Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing here? I have no intention of doing anything per se, save observing, of course. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Well, having encountered some curious reading material in that gloomful room, and having unmasked the secret identity of that eccentric pair, I decided I should drop in on my way home to see how our divested friend is faring. I'd be more impressed if he somehow appeared in the cell with him without even knowing. If he... You know, if he did that... First off, why would he do that? Second off, if he did that, why would he even bother doing that in the first place? He's just trying to, like, show off at that point? Gloomful room? At least your accommodation here offers a window, my dear fellow. In that sense, it's the superior option. Anyway, I must commend you on your taste in books. My day has been a delight and cost me not a penny. Ah, you! How dare you! Herlock Sholmes! Calm down, man. Ugh. I've had it. I'm through. I'm at the end of my rope. Should never have come to Great Britain. It was a terrible mistake. Haunted by spirits in those accursed lodgings, no doubt my luck will be cursed in tomorrow's trial as well. You're assuming he's not showing off 24/7. I mean... I haven't seen him how he acts around Iris yet. So I have to wonder if he actually is 24/7 showing off. My whole life is be damned! Man, he is killing my throat with that voice. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? He mentioned it once before, didn't he? That his lodgings were cursed, I mean? And there's much truth in Mr. Mustache's words. What? Cursed is a wholly appropriate description, I would say, for the man's lodgings, and indeed for tomorrow's trial. What's that supposed to mean? Cursed trial, cursed lodgings. Mr. Natsumi, what did you mean by what you said just now about the trial tomorrow being cursed? Oh no, why? Why are you looking so grave? You're making me nervous. I was just getting carried away, that's all. I didn't mean anything by it. Oh, I see. That's really agitated him. You don't mean the trial really is cursed somehow? Are you referring to the prosecutor, the Reaper of the Bailey? The Reaper? Oh no, what do you mean? Please tell me! Summarize it succinctly in 16 salient words. 16? No defendant has ever survived a trial in which the Reaper stands for the prosecution ever. That is 16 words. Good job! Good job, Ryunosuke! Oh my goodness! Can it really be true? That was 16 words exactly! My god. Oh man. Yesterday, Mr. Naruhodo successfully defended someone against the Reaper, but then, after the trial was over, the defendant passed away in unusual circumstances. Mr. McGilded. What? I'm peeking the mic when I do that. Ah, I am impressed, Miss Susato. You have an eye for detail. Actually, the Lord Chief Justice told us. Mr. Sholmes, surely it can't be that having failed to have the accused convicted, Lord Van Zeeks killed the man himself. That's ridiculous. Oh no, he couldn't have, surely. Even he would laugh. You have some wonderful notions. Sorry? The man isn't a mass murderer. He's a court prosecutor, my dear fellow. Oh, yes. Why, of course he is. Ah, of course he is? Then why are you trying to scare me? It could be said, however, that the real truth about the man is even more terrifying than your hypothesis. Oh, great. How could it be worse? What on earth do you mean by that? Van Zeeks is a quite exceptional man. However, in London courts of law, exceptional does not equate to winning every case without exception. Ah, that's good. So Seki-san looks like he's gonna cry tears of joy. As you are no doubt aware, in a British criminal trial, there is both a judge and a jury. The judge officiates based on the letter of the law, whilst the jury offers public opinion and common sense. It is an excellent system whereby the defendant's guilt is considered from several points of view. However, public opinion in particular is somewhat easily manipulated. Right. Criminals, and corrupt lawyers for that matter, can use it to their advantage by any means at their disposal, contriving evidence, calling imposters as witnesses, and so on. By such underhand means, those who would want to are able to sway the jury, which means that even in the light of irrefutable evidence, the prosecution can fail. But it means the wrong verdict can be passed. And sadly is from time to time, my dear madam, it is simply the reality of the situation. And that's alright. However, those indicted by Lord Van Zees cannot escape justice. Their fate is sealed. Oh my. Though the adjudication may see them leave the courtroom with their freedom, within months they all disappear. It is most striking. To disappear? But how? Ah, by all manner of misfortune, sir. Perhaps they are trampled under a passing carriage. Perhaps they fall into the Thames and drown. Perhaps they are suddenly overcome by a raging fever, or perhaps attacked by highwaymen. Oh, no, no, no. All examples of the reality of events here in London, I'm afraid, Mr. Naruhodo. Man, the Reaper of the Bailey is just a curse. Ah, I knew it. I'm a dead dodo done for, doomed! Yeah, you're probably dead no matter what I do. When you said a cursed lodging before, you were referring to your room at Mr. Garadip's house, I assume. You mean to say you believe the place is cursed? It's been a year now since I came to Great Britain, but I'd only been in London a week before I started to notice strange feelings in myself. That didn't take long then. Everywhere I looked, there were foreign faces staring at me, laughing behind my back. I was sure people were talking about me. I started to become nervous about going outside. They were always staring at me all the time from dawn till dusk, so I shut myself away in my room, but even that didn't help. The fear wouldn't go away. You must have been very lonely having been away from your homeland for such a long time. I've had to move a number of times, most recently to the room on Briar Road a week ago now. Why would I rate the swag when I'm not even looking at swag? Yes, why did you choose there? It seems a little inconvenient. The rent is cheap. I have so little money it appealed to me straight away. Of course, I asked why it was so affordable. Landlord just simpered and said, "The room is cursed." Oops. He quickly tried to cover his mistake, but it was too late, so I told him, "If you have something to say, then say it. If not, don't mention it in the first place." Yes, well said. But it was true. It was all true. You mean, the room really is cursed, then? Ever since I moved into that windowless hellhole. My sleep has been plagued with nightmares. I awake feeling as though I'm being choked to death. And in my waking hours, people are stabbed in front of me as I walk down the street. I'm branded a killer, thrown in prison. Nobody wants to know me. I'm surrounded by scary, sinister spirits. That's one way to put it. If only there was someone, just one person on my side. By the way, Mr. Swagsworth, how'd you find the stream? Out of curiosity. Was it recommended? Did you look around for Ace Attorney? Can no one find it in his or her heart to believe in me? Really, no one at all? To believe. Yes, to believe. Recommendation? Cool. I'm on the algorithm, baby! Mr. Sholmes? Ah, me, Mr. Naruhodo. Pray, what can I do for you? It's about the case on SS Buria. If you recall, The Buria. Ah, that case. The one with the snake. Well, yes. At that time, I was the suspect, but you believed in me and listened to my side of the story. And you helped us to investigate. I did I? Interesting. What I want to know is, why? Why did you believe me? I see, yes, you mean... because you were a grimly dressed, shady Eastern fellow found with the victim in a locked room? Well, if you like, yes. I'm a little surprised that the answer requires explanation, my dear fellow. It's quite simple, really. You said I didn't do it. But I could have been lying. Surely you must have had your doubts. You must have suspected me a little. I think perhaps you have misunderstood. I neither recall believing in you, nor in that which you were telling me. What? You see, the only things I believe in are those that I choose to believe in. What? What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? I make up my own mind about what is to be believed and what is not. If I should like to believe in something, I do. The circumstances can hang as far as I'm concerned. But I could have betrayed your trust. In that case, I should have made an elementary error of judgment. Nothing more. Betrayal of trust is an overused excuse, in my opinion. Meaning, whether or not one should trust another is, in the final analysis, down to oneself. It is a matter of whether or not one can trust oneself. That's good. That's good. Yes, yes, he's right. He's right! Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Whether or not I can believe myself. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. Man, these are words straight from Kazuma, then. You're good at voice acting, to be honest? Dude, my throat is dying with the trying to get that man in the middle's voice. He is killing it. You were so right, Kazuma. Well, my dear fellows, it is time we were leaving, I believe. Already? Visiting hours are over, though the guard will be here shortly to escort us out. There is a restaurant near here that serves excellent trout. Would you care to join me? Oh dear, there is never enough time, is there? Man, he's losing the color in his eyes. Mr. Natsumi, if you'd like, in the trial tomorrow, I'd be happy to represent you. Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. As I said, I only experienced the British courtroom for the first time yesterday, and although the man I was representing was found not guilty, I lost sight of something crucial. Something crucial? What to believe in? The defendant, justice, or the truth? How to believe, even. But I think I've finally worked it out. I've decided I must believe in myself above all else, to trust my instincts. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. And my instincts are telling me that you, Mr. Natsumi, are innocent of this crime. And it's imperative that we prove that in court. Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I will fight for your innocence until the bitter end with every weapon available to me. So I hope you'll permit me to represent you tomorrow. As I said when we first met, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who will listen to me in my native tongue. Of course, Mr. Natsumi. It would be fair to say, Mr. Naruhodo, that your mind was in many ways made up from the outset. You merely needed the events of today to fully realize it. Yes, I think you're right about that. It's been a roundabout journey, but I got there in the end. Miss Susato, yes? Would you be willing to stand by my side tomorrow and help me in court? Absolutely. As I said this morning, you may consider me Your personal judicial assistant. Shocking events of yesterday's trial still weigh heavily on my mind, but it's time to stop looking backwards. Kazuma believed in me, and Mr. Sholmes believes in me now too. So it's time. Time that I learned to believe in myself. So Seki-san has no one, he's all alone, so it's my job to help him, to fight his corner. Tomorrow in the courtroom with all my strength I can muster. Nice. Okay. That killed my throat. Yes, please save the current progress. We'll save it right there. And then, I'm gonna stop the stream here for the day. Because I don't know if my throat can handle more of, I don't think my throat can handle an entire case right now. So it's probably best if we're just like, chill for a minute, and make sure we continue this, what day is it today? Sunday? Is it really today Sunday? Damn, today is Sunday. Man, what happened to my weekend? Already gonna go back to work tomorrow. Okay. This is nice. I've been enjoying this. I forgot why, and I know why I stopped playing streams for a while. It's because I got sick. That's the unfortunate fact of the matter. But it's nice to be able to play this again. However, I did mention after the first two streams of Ace Attorney, that I was going to make sure to limit down the amount of hours on the stream. If I try to go another 2 hours or 3 hours, forget it, dude. My voice is gonna could disappear. So yeah, Bomb, if you're still here, how long is Case 4's trial portion of it? Because I'm assuming I'm done with the investigation. Well, I'm assuming I'm done with the investigation portion of it. I don't know if that's true. I imagine I still have more investigations after the case, but I don't know. It's long. Ah, shit. So if I try to do 4-hour bursts, will I be able to finish the case on Saturday next week? 2 investigations, 2 trials. Holy shit. They did not hold back on case 4. And this is why... Wait, what is this reader thing, by the way? Yeah, no, never mind. The reader is not a good idea. Typical Ace Attorney. Yo. Case 5 was the... I'm sorry. Ace Attorney 1. Case 5 was the longest case I remember ever taking on. I don't remember how long the other cases were from the other 2 games that I played. Justice for All and Trials and Tribulations. I do remember the Apollo Justice Case 1 being really long. Which is funny. I don't remember how long it was. I just remember it was long. But I don't remember... you didn't have an investigation part in Apollo Justice 1. What was Case 5 again? Case 5 was the one against Damon Gant with the DL6 incident. I'm sorry, not DL6. SL9. DL6 was Karma, Von Karma. Oh, but that wasn't an actual case. It wasn't a case in the Game Boy release of the game, but in the DS version it was. The DS version added that as an extra case. I liked it too. And then the Steam version keeps it in. It's not canon? Damn, it was such a hefty case too. How the hell did they make a non-canon case like that? Wait, you're right. They never bring it up again, do they? Huh. Wait, no. If that's non-canon, that doesn't make any sense. Oh, so what's going on with the camera? Oh, no! That camera, reactivate. There you go. Emma in Apollo Justice brings it up. She does? That's probably why I never saw it then, because I never saw anything past case 1 of Apollo Justice. I mean, I never played Apollo Justice myself, so I don't know much about the cases on that matter. Oh, okay. Zoe, you're so cute. What is this bottle here? Oh, it's empty. Okay, throw it away then. All right. We will continue the Ace Attorney Chronicles next Saturday. I'll try to do as much as much as my voice can handle. Of the game during the trial. Hopefully, it doesn't murder me. But I don't know. I don't even know who the witnesses are. I just know that I'm going to be seeing the Reaper, the Bailey. I have a strange feeling I'm going to see that Popeye-looking fellow. I wonder who the jury is going to be. Is it going to be the same jury? That would save on resources, but I almost feel like they're not going to use the same jury. I'll find out next week. Anyway, they're not using the same jury. Different peeps. Ah, damn. Okay, then this is going to be fantastic. I guess that makes sense, right? There's no such thing as having a set of jury being the same people. Wouldn't make sense, at least to me. Speaking of that, I didn't get to go to jury duty. I got the notice, the summons, but I didn't get to go. They dismissed me. It's like, oh man, I wanted to go to a summons. Would have loved to see something in real life. Like they have summoned me 3 different times so far, and all 3 different times they dismissed me. One time I actually did get to go to the courthouse, but I didn't get picked. Disappointing as fuck. I feel like I'm one of the only few people who wants to be like summoned to jury duty just to go through the whole case and trial stuff. Oh well. But yeah, we'll continue this next week, Saturday next week. As for the anime watch-alongs, I still haven't decided when I wanted to restart those. I'm kind of tempted to just make them not streams. I'll think about how that. I'll think about it. I will think about how I want to handle that. Jury duty is an Ace Attorney reference? Of course it is. It's gotta be. I hope. Wait, didn't they have a jury in one of the Apollo Justice cases? Oh, you didn't have to. You didn't have to try and convince the jury. The jury was you. And then they all look at the camera, look at the front of the screen, looking at you like they're all watching us. All right, scheduled to go out later tonight. Nothing's probably going to change except for like maybe the finale episodes, or finale streams of Cyberpunk and well, I guess Cyberpunk doesn't really have a finale yet. Cyberpunk might not have a finale, but Terraria's reaching that point where it's a finale, so we'll see. And then Ace Attorney. And then when we're done with those, we go into like Undertale Yellow and Monster Hunter or something. I don't know. All right. With that being said, I go now. Have rest. Protect my voice from dying. Have a good morning, everyone. Have a good afternoon. Have a good evening. Have a good night. Thank you for watching. By the way, come join the Discord server. There's a link in the description. Come chat with the community. Come let everyone know if you get sick. Come chat with the community. Come say hi to the cow. Come use the emojis. All right. Bye.